No data. Oh, aha. Um, okay, my vertical setup is not great. Hold on.
Was about to go get the Henny.
I can't crop it. Chauncey, thank you for the 5 get the subs. Much appreciated. Well, I'm there. It works. The vertical setup just looks kind of weird. But that's not my problem. Let us continue with this video from Connor.
A bit of heat at the Stream Awards. And look, Mouse is a streamer. Mouse is useless because I think that's a human right.
Okay. Before I continue with this, what he's going to talk about in a second, I haven't talked about it actually, so y'all might not have the context. Iron Mouse got harassed by Rakai at the Streamer Awards. Did y'all see that?
The boys are liars. The boys are liars. He doesn't see it. You're not looking at me, boy.
Morning, y'all. SDABLOV.
So that's what he's going to talk about now, I believe. And so I want to show y'all that so y'all have the context.
I also saw a
Iron Mouse was being made fun of after claiming Rakai and Ray made her uncomfortable during the Streamer Awards.
tweet about me talking to Rakai and Ray. And a lot of people were saying that I'm basically trying to appeal to people, appease people, fit in with people, that I'm trying to, I'm bending over backwards for people, which that is so untrue. You have no idea. You have no idea what I went through in that moment. So let me explain to you. And I'm here with Rob, and we're walking, getting ready to go to our seats, and I get rushed by Rakai and Ray. I will tell you 100%, I was very uncomfortable to the point where I was shaking because I already knew that I was going to get asked something terrible. I knew that they were going to say something rude to me. Because I just know.
Like, if you're running an event, I view it as your role to make sure that the people that you invite are protected. Iron Mouse was a nominee and a performer. There should be things in place to make sure that the people who are attending the event feel safe being at the event. And this is not the only instance. This is not the second instance. This is not the third instance, right? Of specifically Ray and Rakai making people uncomfortable at the event. It's not. And Rakai shouldn't have even been there in the first place. Thing is, Mouse, but she's overreacting here. I'm sorry. We haven't even heard what she said yet, chatter. And I'm sorry if I don't believe you that she's overreacting, because we've seen how Ray and Rakai have treated the people who were at the event. They were harassing, they were accosting, they were making people uncomfortable at the event that they filmed themselves.
Did a tier 1 sub to Berserker TJ.
So it's believable that they also made Iron Mouse uncomfortable at the event as well, right? Because it doesn't matter if she's like through an iPad, right? You still are like your persona being filmed and clip farmed live at an event. And I think it's fair for you to be uncomfortable by being clip farmed, you know? Isn't that their whole thing, just making people uncomfortable? Pretty much. Like, I think anybody has a right to be like, hey, I don't necessarily like a camera being shoved in my face and being asked like weird, embarrassing, gross, unnecessary questions, regardless of like, whether or not they're there in person or just like, through a screen. Right? People are saying that she was doing too much because she was in attendance through her VTuber avatar and played ball because she was on camera.
Oh, I know it. Because I'm used to it. Because I already know what people think. And I already know how people treat VTubers. When a person asks me a stupid question, I give them a stupid answer. That's what I have to say.
And I will say though, right? It kind of feels like this like conversation about like respectability politics a little bit. Right? Because Iron Mouse, as a big streamer, knows to like play nice with people like Ray and Rakai when they're doing their clip farming content. But I think a lot of people like in her audience or even in the VTuber space outside of Iron Mouse wants her because she has because she's so popular, they want her to be the bad guy and to stand up for all the other VTubers in this instance. Right? So like Iron Mouse is like, okay, well they're clip farming, whatever. I'll be nice, I'll be cordial, or whatever. I won't like feed into whatever the content is. But everybody else wants to be like, no, you have the money and the established audience, right? To have the what's the word I'm looking for? Right? The allowance, if you will, to push back a little bit, to stand up for yourself a little bit. In a way that other VTubers may feel like they can't because they're not as big as Iron Mouse is, right? The privilege, the word I'm looking for is privilege, right? You have the privilege, right, to be able to not do that because you are the largest, but you have a responsibility to do that because, right, you are setting the standard for how they interact with VTubers as a whole. I don't think it's fair to put all of that on her. I don't think it doesn't necessarily matter if it's fair. That's just what it is. You know, it's like I draw a comparison with Hassan because it's very similar to the Hassan conversation. Like Hassan is the person who's clouded in the spaces around like the FaZe boys, right, or around these other streamers, right? Does Hassan have a responsibility because he's in those rooms, right, to not, you know, feed into that type of content? You know, like if Ray and Rakai came up to Hassan and asked them weird questions about like you know, like Hassan being Muslim or whatever, right? Does Hassan have a responsibility to push back in that moment instead of playing along? Because that's going to shape how they interact with like, you know, other Muslim people in the future. So it's kind of like that in this instance, right? And I'm not saying that there's an easy answer to that because like this is what the respectability politics like defines, right? Like, is it fine or okay to like play along, right, in this instance, to just get out of the interaction, to just do what you're supposed to do, right, if it still gives them what they want? Or should Iron Mouse, because she has the privilege of having her own audience, because she's clouded enough to be able to defend herself, should she use should she use that privilege or that clout to stand up for herself because she would be isolated from the consequences? You know what I mean? I don't know if I'm describing that in the best way. Right? The point is that I can understand why people are like, okay, well, Iron Mouse would rather put her like niceties, right, over actually standing up for like the rest of us in this space. Right? I can understand why they feel that way, even if it is like, you know, unfair. But that's kind of where that comes from. And I don't know. I don't have a good answer for like what she should do in that moment. There were questions like, what do you look like IRL and are you black or white? I didn't actually see the interaction. Everyone has such a warped view of how women react when uncomfortable, and this goes beyond streaming. I think that's true as well, right? I think that's true as well. But like, when it comes to and pertains to somebody who has the clout to isolate themselves from the consequence, right? I can understand how it's frustrating that like they would rather not fight that battle, right? Like the root of it is that the audience wanted Iron Mouse to fight this battle here, right? They wanted to push back against the culture that made everybody uncomfortable. And Iron Mouse did not feel like she wanted to fight back because she knows how to play ball or needed to fight back anyway. You know? And so that's where the dichotomy kind of sits. It's like people wanted Iron Mouse to fight this battle and to take a stand to be like, and put her foot down and be like, this is bad, this is wrong, you need to stop this. But Iron Mouse, right, due to being in the industry for so long, right, maybe knew that like that wouldn't solve anything and that she should just play nice and not cause an issue or cause a problem, right, at the event. This is what we're watching. Yeah, this is what we're watching now. This is how we got here in the first place. Right? But no one is pushing back on the people who made the jokes. It's almost like no matter what she does, everyone who blames her instead of the people who put her in that position. But the point is the people that are criticizing her are not in the position to call out those other people. You know what I mean? The people who are criticizing her already know that those other people are shitty and are bad and probably do call those people out, right? But they're just like, you know, their interaction with this is from Iron Mouse, that they can affect Iron Mouse. I don't know what you mean. The point that I'm making is that the people in Iron Mouse's community wanted Iron Mouse to fight the battle against clip farmers. That's it. Right? They wanted Iron Mouse to take a stand against clip farmers and stand up for other VTubers, right? By proxy of defending herself in this instance. Right? And Iron Mouse decided she would rather like play nice, be cordial, you know, try not to like put a target on her back and just get the interaction over with. Right? And I understand both perspectives there. Like from Iron Mouse's perspective, I get why she did that. Right? I don't think Iron Mouse should be getting harassed in the first place, but I understand why like she just wanted to play nice in the interaction and move on. Right? But I understand from the reaction from the community, which is like, that's not going to solve the issue. If everybody just plays nice to these people, that's not going to solve the issue of these shitty clip farmers being shitty. You know? Everybody can protect their own peace. Everybody can just defend themselves and play nice with these people. But that's not going to actually protect the next VTuber, right? The next disabled person that they interact with and they're being shitty to as well. Right? It's not an easy answer to be like, okay, just do this. Just yell at them, Iron Mouse. If you don't yell at them, you're a bad person. And I feel like she is getting some of that. And I think that is unfair. Like she should not be getting that, right? I don't understand the reaction from the community personally. I don't know where they got the idea that she is the only VTuber who makes other rules that IRL streamers abide by. But she's in the space, right? And as somebody who is in the space, right, you do have some level of responsibility as being like one of the only VTubers in the space in the first place. Because the other VTubers are not in the space. They can't even do anything, right? That's why I make the analogy towards Hassan. Like all of us who are like leftists only engage with the space that Hassan is in through Hassan. And so what Hassan does or fails to do, right, we critique because we literally are not in the space. You know? We can't make these decisions about what can be done or not can't be done, right? So we can think if we were in this situation that like Hassan is in or that Iron Mouse is in, that we would do this or that or this or that, right? But we are not in that space. And that frustrates people because you can't affect change from outside the space, essentially. Right? And so they want the one person that they have, the one piece of representation that they have in the space, they want that person to stand up for the entire community because they are kind of a stand-in for the entire VTuber community while in that space. Right? And I can understand the take that that's unfair to Iron Mouse. Like Iron Mouse didn't ask to be the only VTuber representation in the entirety of the large streaming ecosystem or at the Streamer Awards. Right? Iron Mouse didn't ask for that. Right, but that is the role that she occupies. Right, whether or not she likes it or we like it, or her community likes it, or the clip farmers like it, right? That is the role that she occupies. Because there is genuinely no other VTuber in the space to tell Rakai and Ray what they did were wrong. You know? And I think that they just wanted somebody, especially their representation in the space, to come out and be like, hey, I'm calling out what you did. What you did was bad. What you did was wrong. Right? I get why Iron Mouse didn't do it. I get why Iron Mouse may felt uncomfortable by doing that. I get why it feels like it's not necessarily her responsibility, right? It makes sense. Like again, I like it does suck putting this on a single person, right? But like she's the person in that space, right? She's the person in that role. She's in the room, right? And the people who are in the room want her to say something and speak up for the people who are in the room. And they feel like she didn't do that. That's where it came from. You know? Jeez Louise, dog. The issue that I have is that they're vocalizing responsibility after she was harassed. They didn't emphasize her role to stand up for VTubers when she was just streaming on Twitch. At least not to this degree. Yeah, but like, I don't think that's necessarily the case because like it's an implied role, you know? Like think about it like this: like, if a black person is in a predominantly white space that has no black representation, and somebody says something microaggressive to that black person, right? I can understand both sides of it. I can understand why that black person doesn't speak up, doesn't defend themselves, eat the microaggression, right? Because in that moment that they are in uncomfortable. I can understand that. I can also understand why, you know, black people who are not in that space, not in that room, are like, why didn't you fight for yourself? You know, why didn't you defend yourself? Because that language doesn't just harm you, it harms everybody. Right? I can see both of those lenses. Right? And so that's the conversation that's happening with Iron Mouse. Right? So I think a few things are true. I think Yo. Here, eat a Snickers. Here, doggy, eat a Snickers. Come here. Come on, up. Right here. Here. Oh, maybe she needs to go outside. Insane dog. She's crazy. Some of us have the social capital that they could stand to expend in some cases to further the cause when they can, I guess. That's essentially what I'm saying, yes. You basically said what I was saying in like a more succinct way. Exactly. Like, Iron Mouse just had more social capital that she could expend in the moment to further the protection of like VTubers as a whole, which sounds a little bit silly to say, but like that's the case. Right? That's why people are frustrated by that. Again, I do think that, you know, I do think that it is slightly unfair. Right? I think it's slightly unfair, but I do understand it comes from a place of powerlessness from the people who are not in the room. You know what I mean? Like the marginalized members of the VTubing community that are literally not in the room because the streaming ecosystem is directly hostile to marginalization as a whole, I can understand why they are frustrated because, like, Iron Mouse is a multi-millionaire, right? She is insanely rich. She's insanely successful. She has a lot of clout. She has a lot of fame. She has a lot of notoriety, right? If it's not her responsibility, then, you know, whose responsibility is it? If she can't do it, who can? And I understand why they're frustrated. Also, I have the clip open. Oh, this is Charlie Kirk. Sorry. This one. I had that clip open already. Yeah, let's finish this and I'll get to the actual point.
They asked me what I look like, so I gave them the dumbest answer that I could give them. I was incredibly uncomfortable. I wanted to get out of there. I did not want to talk to them because I knew they were going to ask me very invasive questions. They asked me the dumbest question, so I gave them the dumbest answer. And I was trying to be cordial. I was trying to be nice. It wasn't me trying to appease anybody. It was just me answering in a stupid fashion to get them to leave me alone. After that,
which again, I understand where she's coming from. I do. Right? I completely understand where she's coming from. She wanted to get the interaction over. It's okay. It's kind of like Hassan, like dapping up Charlie Kirk at the DNC. A little bit. You know what I mean? Like being cordial to like a shitty person, right, will upset the people in your audience who thinks that that's unacceptable, who thinks that like you can't even do cordiality with people who are shitty in that way, right? And so I do think that like hyperfixating on Iron Mouse is a misstep, right? I do understand where the frustration with that concept comes from. Was it a dap? I don't remember. It was a dap or a handshake or something. I don't know. Right? I understand where that frustration comes from. You feel me?
exchange and we left, I was visibly shaken, and I was with Rob, and I had multiple people come up to me and be like, wow, Mouse, you handled that so well. You handled that so well, Mouse.
Right, like here. This is normal human interaction. Yeah, but you like I understand why people say you can't do normal human interaction with shitty people. You know, like would you like dap up a Nazi? Because it's like normal human interaction. You know what I mean? Would you shake hands with a Klansman? Because it's like a normal human interaction. Like I just like people, there's a line you have to draw with like, you know, normalization of shitty behavior holistically, so you're not reinforcing those like that shitty behavior, right? Because I do see the argument where like Iron Mouse was like normalizing Ray and Rakai being there by engaging with them cordially, even if it shouldn't have been that. Like, because it's again, the main part of normalization was them being invited in the first place by Cutie. So like, you know, I'm not in the camp of like blaming Iron Mouse for this at all, right? Because like Cutie is the reason why they're there in the first place, and that's the problem. Right? But like I do think that it's like, okay, it's like a few days ago where Hassan was talking about collaborating with Stable Ronaldo. You know, do you think any of the cordiality that we saw was out of respect for the event? No, I think so. I think it was mostly because of that. Right? I don't think Iron Mouse respected Ray and Rakai. I think she respected the event and didn't want to cause problems. Right? My take is that somebody needs to cause a little bit of problems. Somebody needs to take a step out and be like, hey, this is a bad thing, and call that out in the moment so that they don't go, because it is a problem, right? Past agent, everybody just kind of let Rakai and Ray go around accosting people. At some point, Cutie should have become involved. At some point, security should have become involved and was like, hey, you're doing too much. You got to chill this out or you got to go. I hear you out there, doggy. Here. You want this? No? All right. Really, any man should have said something. Those two wouldn't listen to anybody else, in my opinion. I don't think they would listen to even like the men there either. That's kind of the point. Because Agent did say something, and they still weren't listening to him either. Right, but I do see your perspective that like they definitely would not have listened if like the women they were accosting actually clapped back and told them to stop. I agree with that too. But here's the interaction.
Oh, is that that's Iron Mouse. What's the word? Oh, what's the word?
Hey, Iron Mouse,
How you doing? Post me. Oh, wait, where you at?
What?
Where you at?
I'm in my house.
Oh, okay. Iron Mouse, you are a legend.
Thank you.
What's up?
What's up?
Wait, quick question. Neymar, I don't feel me.
Yeah,
Neymar,
no questions out of you today.
Yeah.
No questions out of you.
Yeah.
Ask me anything you want.
Okay, bet.
Okay, I got a question.
How you look in real life?
Whoa. Out of
I don't look
everything?
in real life.
Yeah.
Oh, ugly. That's why I'm a VTuber, duh.
Ah, you're right.
I got a question.
Are you black or white?
I'm Latina. I'm Puerto Rican.
Whoa! Caloque.
Is
Coño.
Peanut,
Yeah.
is Peanut technically a VTuber or not?
Am I technically a
No,
VTuber?
Peanut.
Oh, man, he's a fucking VTuber. What the fuck?
Oh,
And then
okay,
you
okay.
take Rakai's side. What do you say to take Rakai's side?
Oh. Okay. All right, nice to meet you, Iron Mouse.
Is it what you call harassment? I mean, like, they can just chill a little bit. But I don't think. Okay, to be fair, like this is more like a that's it. Sure, like they can chill. I don't think they know like VTuber etiquette. You don't ask VTubers like what they look like in real life. You know what I mean? Like the point of the matter, the reason why they're VTubers, right, is that they're not trying to you know be perceived as their like real life persona. You don't do that. You know, like it's like unnecessary. I think Iron Mouse is totally fair to be uncomfortable when like essentially a posse of people like roll up to her and start like yelling at her in the first place. I think that's fair for her to be uncomfortable by. You know? Say this was harassment is crazy. No, I don't necessarily agree with that. Like, chat, if you're chilling on the street and then 4 dudes roll up to you and be like, yo, what's up? Yo, are you gay or straight? Gay son or daughter? You know, like that can be accosting. That could be harassment. He says, you ask me anything. Yeah, but you can also understand that, like, again, her attempt to be cordial and like to play by what they're doing here, which is clip farming. Like, she's on camera, chat. This is not an interaction that's just happening in a vacuum. She's on camera. They are filming her and recording her. They rolled up to her, 4 people deep, shoved the camera in her face, asking her what she looked like, you know? As somebody who doesn't put her face on on camera. She's a VTuber. I will say someone not familiar with VTuber might ask that, and I understand that as well. Which is why I get and I understand why people are frustrated with Iron Mouse here, right? Because she should have used this as an opportunity to be like, hey, maybe you shouldn't ask other VTubers what they look like. It's like the thing that you don't do, right? It's like we do our best to not put our personas out there. You know what I mean? Agent understood the cues immediately and thought, so I thought it could be referred a bit. Yeah, like, the Jews were trying to tell them to stop. Yeah, like Agent was like, yeah, even like Marcus and Agent were just like, yo, what are we doing? You know? Like, so that I could understand the point where like other VTubers look at what Iron Mouse's reaction was here and are like, Why did she even engage in that? Why did she feed into that? Because she made it feel like they were actually allowed to ask other VTubers just like what they look like and what race they are and where they are right now. You know what I mean? Like, I can see as a other VTuber to be like, she should have been like, yeah, you know, you don't ask these things. I don't know why they were allowed to keep harassing her after she was clearly uncomfortable. It's clip farming. Age is probably more familiar with the space, to be fair. Yeah. I mean, I agree. I see parallels to this is people hating on Freddie Mercury for not standing up for gay rights more. Some people don't have that fight in them. Yeah. This is why you shouldn't be able to stream there. I agree. I agree. This would have been solved a lot if you just, you know, you didn't allow IRL streaming there. Because it incentivizes this behavior. You feel me? It does. But again, she is also on camera. People rolled up to her 4 people deep. Like 5 if you include the cameraman and the camera that's very prominently on her face. And this other camera that we're looking at it through. Like, I do understand why she was uncomfortable. Right? And I'm sorry. Like, yeah, I think Cutie is at fault for this. Right? That, like, being rolled up on 6 people deep, 2 of which have cameras shoved in your face. Right? I think I can definitely see that being called harassment. You know, she may not have verbally said that she was uncomfortable in the heat of the moment. It doesn't take a genius to understand why she might have felt uncomfortable or felt harassed. Exactly, Chatter. I completely agree with you. Completely agree with you. Like, I can see how she feels like cornered in this moment. I can see how she feels harassed in this moment. I can see how she feels uncomfortable in this moment. 100%. 100%. But this is Connor talking about that.
Every 30 seconds. I think that's a human right. Someone saying 6'7" every 30 seconds. I think that's a human right. And yeah, the reason why I'm talking about this is because I saw that Mouse was getting a bit of heat at the Stream Awards. And look, Mouse is a streamer. Mouse is used to being on camera. And even then, someone who has an audience who can speak out and say, hey, I wasn't particularly thrilled with the idea of somebody who's made fun of me on a live stream in the past, who sent their audience to harass you. Yeah, I don't fucking actually want to be on camera. I don't want to be a part of this interaction. I didn't give permission. I didn't say, yeah, I'm cool with it. You just run up to them with a camera and make them deal with your fucking shit. So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's not like they were like, hey, can we film you, Iron Mouse, for this little section for our content? Right? And maybe Cutie had all streamers like sign a photo release form and say that they were okay with being filmed at any moment at any given time or something. But like, you still have to understand that, like, being, because imagine if Iron Mouse was there in person. Like, imagine if it was anybody, right? Because it did happen to other people. But like, let's imagine it happened to Maya. If Maya was just standing in a corner by herself, and then like 5 dudes rock up with her, 2 that have cameras, shove the camera in her face, and start like yelling and being like, yo, answer my questions. You know, like, where are you from? You know, and like I can understand how that makes somebody uncomfortable. Is my point. I can. And it's indicative of a wider problem with, like, people do this content to not streamers, you know? That's why people saying she told them to ask. There's an angle here being a woman in the space too. and needing to validate and go along with permission structure so you don't get harassed further. Yeah, I mean that's basically what she said in the video too. So chatters who are saying that just kind of just don't understand like the perspective of people and women in general about like okay, chatters who don't get that don't understand the fact that like women will like give fake numbers to men to reject them because they don't feel comfortable giving them or actually rejecting them outright. You know what I mean? It's like that concept. And if you understand that concept, you will understand why Iron Mouse just went along with it, you know? Like you would understand why Iron Mouse just kind of like was like, you know, yeah, sure, ask your questions or whatever. Cause like rejection of men, right? Especially as a woman in this society, can lead to violence. Not saying that Rakai and Ray would you know, commit violence against Iron Mouse, but like that's like why you see a lot of women just like kind of go along with it, even when they feel uncomfortable doing so. Got too drunk and gave away my real numbers. Got crazy too quick when I said no. I have to understand what I live. That's a literal normal occurrence we have to go through. I mean, obviously, Susie McDoozy, but I'm saying for people who don't have to go through that, if you understand that concept, you should understand like this concept too. That's my perspective. I'm not like speaking like to you because you do understand that. You live that. I mean, from the perspective of Cutie. In what way? I don't remember what I said. A lot of big streamers are on Ray and Rakai's side. Blackboy Max, Phantom, Your Rage. Yeah, because they are honestly are shitty people, like holistically. She lives it and still it. No. Oh, okay. What is this? Oh yeah, we have it on the docket, chatter. We have it on the docket. Here, this is Ray harassing Iron Mouse before.
People that watches, no hating shit. So what does she do content? Like, she play games? Nothing? How the f break Kai's record, bro? I can't even see her face. She can't go outside? Why? She got COVID? She got no... Oh, she got no leg? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened before. I just like, I'm so sorry, Twitch. I'm gonna donate 10 giving from charity right now. I'm so sorry, bro. Only 10? I mean, I'm not rich, bro. People that watches, no hating shit. So what does she do content?
People are now saying Iron Mouse doesn't have normal interaction skills now, and it's her fault for reacting. Who raised these men? Honestly, probably the internet, if we're being real. I think the sticking point for Your Rage was Iron Mouse said, ask me anything you want. Yeah, but like, Your Rage should understand that like, or why women engage with like shitty men doing shitty things. Right, cordially, even if they feel uncomfortable doing that. Yeah, in a perfect world, should Iron Mouse had said, right? Should Iron Mouse had said, ask me anything you want? Probably not. But do women oftentimes feel the need to have to be cordial and engage cordially and give in to like the demands that men make when they approach them in order to leave the situation safely and quickly? Yeah. He's saying she wasn't physically there, so it's different. She's still on camera. Like, so I think he's incorrect. Like, she's on camera as her persona. Like, the way she interacts will be scrutinized regardless. And so if she does pop off and say, get the fuck out of my face, like, that's going to be clipped as well. Right? Yeah, she's on camera and at work, basically. Exactly. Yes, that happens, but it happens because of the fear for physical safety. Not necessarily, Demi Charm. Not necessarily. Like, that doesn't happen just because of the fear of physical safety. It happens because of the fear of safety in general. Like, cyber stalking is a thing. You know? Like, you can move across country the next day and women will still give a fake phone number because if they don't, they'll get, like, you know, harassed cyberly. They'll get stalked on Instagram. Like, it's not like physical safety is not the only safety consideration that having to do with like harassment, right? And streaming is her job, and how she interacts with people, and that being clipped and scrutinized does also impact how she interacts with them. Like, that's just the case. Because I don't think her not being, that's the idea of like, you can't be harassed if somebody like over Zoom or whatever. Like, you're in a Zoom breakout room with your coworker and he just exposes himself. Like, is that not harassment? Is that like sexual harassment? Like, just because you're not like in person? I've never been nervous to tell a guy off virtually, but that's me. Yes, that's the point. That's you, right? That's not the experience for everybody holistically. Like,
That's how I currently feel on a lot of live streaming. And then to top it all off, we have to sit there and award these people and say they're amazing and they're the best, when all they fucking do is just go around and monetize life.
My biggest critique here from Connor is that it took this shit happening to his friend for him to say something about it. Genuinely. Like, he's right, completely right otherwise. He's completely right otherwise, but it took this happening to his friend for him to actually have an issue with it. You just considered pointing out, asking somebody what they look like. I've seen it all. Cheddar, if you don't understand what an analogy is, don't make your inability to understand an analogy my problem. Like, I'm sorry. Just because you're stupid doesn't mean like you have to make it the issue of everybody else in chat. Connor's just anti-IRL streamer. I don't think Connor is anti-IRL streamer. I think Connor is anti-harassing nuisance content, which I'm in that camp, you know? But he threw us under the bus instantly and only ever calls out things that affect Iron Mouse. Well, yeah, because he cares about his friends exclusively. Isn't Connor an IRL streamer? Yeah. You never catch me in most of these people's communities. I just look for the tea in good communities. True. Isn't it because Connor is famous because of Iron Mouse? Come on, chatter. Like, Iron Mouse is cool and they've done collabs together. Connor was famous, like, separate from Iron Mouse's influence. Like, he's not famous because of Iron Mouse. They feed into each other. Like, yeah. Connor was next to her and did nothing in the moment. And that, I think, can be worthy of criticism as well. Is Connor an egregious clip farmer, though? No, I don't think so. I think he's a bit of a fence sitter. They ended up collabing initially because they were both big independently, yeah. It's kind of the guy holding the screen. Yes. Can you explain all the Hasan content, especially in the live stream field subreddit? It's very easy to position socialism as a naughty word due to the McCarthyism Red Scare propaganda. And Hasan has identified himself as a socialist. And so it's very easy to be like, yo, Hasan sucks because of his politics by leaning on the remnants of Red Scare propaganda and anti-communist propaganda. And every Hasan thing that you see online is derivative from that notion. Genuinely. Right? Even the Destiny stuff is interpersonal drama, but foundationally that is built on like anti-socialist propaganda, essentially. Like, Destiny would have zero motion if it wasn't for the remnants of Red Scare propaganda. If the positioning of Medicare for all and universal healthcare and like housing the unhoused, you know, and feeding the hungry was not put in this box of being scary communist, therefore anti-American, Destiny would have literally zero motion instead of virtually zero motion, you know? So I don't think that was Connor in the award clip. She mentioned her name. It was Rob or something. No, it was Connor. Connor was in the award clip, and Rob CD was. I don't know if it was Rob CD or if it was just Rob, a different Rob. I like Rob CD. Connor is here, and then I believe who's holding her camera is. No, this is just a different guy. I think this guy is Rob. I guess it was an other Rob. Okay. So Connor is in the clip, right? It's also not necessarily Rob's job to like make the decision to leave for Iron Mouse. Like it's his job to hold the camera, right? And sure, Connor could have stepped in and been like, okay, we're getting a little bit too close or whatever or something. But you know, at this point, we're getting so into the weeds.
I mean, quite frankly, it's a lot of slop. But you know what? Good for them. And I'm sure people will disagree and not be happy with what I've said here today. But yeah, I think you can stream in public without being a bellend. I think it's very simple. You just got to ask people if they're cool being on camera.
Agent was around. I think Agent consistently is a person who tries to do a little bit. I think he could do more. You know, I think people should do more. But you know, I'll give Agent credit for like at least attempting to like tailor and mitigate the harm that they're causing. You know? When she said, ask me anything, that opened the door. I think it's still important to note that, like, you feel me? She probably didn't think that they would be, like, I think that she thought they were understood at least a little bit about VTubing culture and that they wouldn't try to, like, you know, like, she was essentially ambushed. And that they wouldn't try to, like, figure out where she was or like, you know, what she looked like, right? And maybe that's a mistake for Iron Mouse, right? Maybe that's something that Iron Mouse has now learned as a lesson for the future, right? But I don't think that changes what we talked about up until this point, personally. Some things are implied to not be asked, even when you say "ask me anything." Yeah. People mess up, people feel uncomfortable and act in weird ways. You can all say that we do X, but we would never know until you're in that situation. Iron Mouse is valid. Yeah, I don't think that's incorrect. I didn't know asking a VTuber what they look like is insulting. But like, I think it's like you're like, they're a VTuber for a reason, you know? Like, I don't know how else to describe that. Like they don't want to show what they look like for a reason. Girl, hey, whoa, yo. Are you good? Hey, come here. Come here. Come here. All right. AM2O, but kind of video gave me the loudest not funny. Why are they always walking around with the posses? Pull your pants up and we're showing vibes. Is just because he's British? No, I don't agree with that, because they did roll up with a posse and ambush Iron Mouse, you know? Like, that is the thing that they did. Like,
Just got to make sure that it's okay.
But and this is not like exclusive to like black people or like young black kids. Or Rakai is just one example of this. Nina Lynn does this, right? Ray does this. Like, this is a type of content, a style of content that exists online. You know?
It's not difficult. Anyway, Have a good day, guys. I'm going to go and uninstall this fucking horrific app.
Dang, everybody says that, but everybody always comes back. I mean, we critiqued DDG and Deshay or whoever it was for QD. You have to tell them to take his uninvited posse to go away. Yeah. What app? Twitch? No, he's on Twitter. He's talking about Twitter. Oh Lord, there's a lot of follows coming in for some reason. I don't know what that's about. Ray scares me more than Rikai. I mean, because like Rikai is still young, you know, he's still like 17 years old. So like, but Ray's like 20. And like, yeah, so like Ray's an issue. Ray's a problem. You know? But that's the Connor video. Now I want to talk about briefly the Sad Boys section on this, and then we'll get to the, isn't they're both 17? No, I think Ray's like 20 something, or like 20 or something like that, right? But this is the Sad Boys talking about streamer culture and what that is about.
Normie streamers ever that that we're all out of the ordinary. There's a certain type of mindset, even amongst what you'd consider the most normie streamers ever, that is required, I guess, or at least is like common, because these are human beings that are doing a insane in-character performance for what, like 6+ hours every day. Like if you went into an office 9 to 5 each day, except every time you're in the office, you had to do like, you had to dress up like the Joker and like, you want to know how I got these scars in front of everyone? You'd probably go crazy. And
you know, man, if we Kai, he always going to be a problem if no one corrects him. You're right.
We record a lot back to back. I'd start to go a little bit Elioker.
I was going to see if I could find in my bookmark, because it's like so much of the drama moves so quickly that,
especially if it's kind of bad faith,
that I'm like, because some of the things, even like there was a drama with like Rikai, and who's like a young, he's like 17 years old and got banned. I don't know the full context, but he got banned for stealing some flowers or something like that. And then Cutie made a joke about the stealing.
I will say, what like actually breaks the ecosystem and breaks the community to go somewhere else is kind of, it's kind of interesting, because like that's what made it, you know, like that's the thing that, you know, broke into like the normie space.
And optically in the moment, even we're like, oh, I must not have the context here, because this is like, this might just read to people like a joke about a black kid stealing, but then he got banned for stealing. So you see what the intention was, but also why people responded the way they did. But then there's like overreacting, and like kind of implying this like very malicious intent,
which is like for much better posting, because we're kind of sat there and I'm like, maybe I misheard it. What's going on? Huh? Whereas if I wanted to like get some likes, I would post like, yikes. Did she just say what I think she said?
I don't want to show this original clip of him kind of going off, because he like just says some very shitty things about her, and he's clearly taking it very seriously, and he's young. And then also his response here resulted in Twitch extending his ban and allegedly him getting grounded or something because he's like 17.
He lost his Xbox.
But
okay, this is a funny way to portray the story. It's very interesting to see people who like don't really like engage directly with streaming culture. Like Jarvis and Jordan, like they know about streaming. Like Jarvis streams on Twitch as well. But it's very interesting to see people who don't directly engage in Twitch culture and how they view these stories. Because I view it in a very specific way, because I'm a part of Twitch culture. Like I'm here every day. This is my job. Right, so it's kind of my job to know what's going on around me. You know?
I also want to say that, like, we've seen this with Speed, where like you can be rough around the edges as a kid and like
every day. Hey, I've literally been live every day this week for the last, I think, 8 days. I have not yet missed a stream. All right, hop off me. I have not yet missed a stream.
feedback for it and like learn and grow into a more, you know, positive figure.
It's insane that you are being published at 17. That's
I know, it's insane.
You know, think about the
Mega
18
Miller
months.
just subscribed.
Why is he sitting like that? That's how you're supposed to sit.
And so it's like it's like, as much as I do, it's frustrating to see like him be enabled in this way by his community. It's still like he's, you know, so young. So I, you know, hope that he has like the right people in his corner. But
yeah,
it's also
that can put you in an arrested development position.
Exactly.
If you don't get if you're only in an echo chamber of the least well-adjusted people ever.
That's the concern. But it's also like, don't call somebody a bitch.
Yeah, just
don't do that. Just like take that out of the options.
Well, you'll get grounded.
Yeah, and it's like if you don't get grounded, it's like people will think less of you. They will, you know, it'll impact. And it's like, and it shouldn't even just be about what happens to you if you do the bad thing. It should be about how you make people feel, and you shouldn't be doing things just because of the reaction. You should be doing things just because of the consequences.
Yeah.
The part of the consequences should be, oh, I'm going to make someone feel bad, so I don't want to do that. But then also in those like videos, I saw like how seriously he was taking it, and it
was he under the.
This is where I disagree with Jarvis here. Rakai was not taking the joke seriously. You know what I mean? Rakai was not taking the joke that Cutie said seriously. He did not think that Cutie was actually like being racist towards a black kid. He's completely farming. Completely farming. Like he knows that he was stealing. He knows that he stole those flowers. He knows because Cutie probably told him specifically, hey, you were not supposed to come originally because you were banned for stealing. Like, but I talked to Twitch, you're good. He knows the joke was about him stealing, but he's farming. He's farming. Like, he doesn't care. And that's the problem. None of the people who do the stuff like Rakai is doing genuinely care about any of this. Here, I can see if I can show you the thing.
I'm black.
I think he was farming, but I also think that he's sensitive to his chat calling him a coward. I think that gives him a little bit of a cop-out. I think he doesn't need his chat to reinforce this. Like, honestly, take his chat away, I can see him doing this exact same thing. I think some people, I think chat holistically still reinforces the worst aspects of streamers themselves. But like Rakai has not demonstrated that he's like decent without his chat involved, you know?
I'm black, petite, sit the fuck down and chill. I was gonna say that shit. I was like, bitch, what's the coolest dick you ever fucking sucked? You ugly bitch. To her, I was gonna say that. But I just calmed down, bro, and you know, and like, you know, see why she even said that shit. Cause whole time, now I get it. Like, she said it cause, you know, I got banned for giving that girl flowers, but she didn't really understand is that.
Like, do you think Kai actually thought, man, what Cutie said was really racist? It had me feeling some kind of way before I really sat down and thought about it and was like, wow, maybe it's because of my Twitch ban that she actually said. Like, no, that thought never crossed his mind until he saw it prevailing on Twitter. That thought never crossed his mind until he saw it prevailing on Twitter. Genuinely. But now he realized, oh, I can farm this a little bit. Or I can go live and I can farm you know, being a small small petite, I guess, black kid who got done a racism by an older white lady. Like, but he doesn't care. He does not care. Ayo, he said it. I don't know why he said it, but he said it. Petite is crazy. That's what he said. Okay, you're not coming at me for this, bro. He said it, not me. I ain't make it up. That is the word that he said.
I live like a
For some
capitalist
reason.
every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist. Okay? I live when I
MBX 220 subscribe.
I don't know why he called himself petite. It does not make sense to me.
Bitch was the coolest dick you ever fucking sucked. You ugly bitch. To her. I was gonna say that. But I just calmed down, bro, and you know, and like, you know, see why she even said that shit. Cause whole time, now I get it. Now I get it. Like,
It just means
she
small
said it
and
cause, you know, I
French.
got banned.
Oh, come on, you got to know that there are some connotations with the usage of the term petite, especially in America. Like, it's not the first choice of words that you would use to describe somebody as, you know, young or small. You know, like, okay, chat, you're arguing with me against this. Do you think Rakai uses the word petite in his normal day-to-day rhetoric? Wait, why are you arguing with me about this? Do you think Rakai is using this word? Like, he's not using this word. That's why it feels weird. Like, Rakai is not like going out of his way to be like, to describe himself as petite normally. You know? So we were just like, that's Rakai speaks fluent French. Yeah, maybe. It was a word of the day. You right. What is my word of the day? Alleviate. Interesting. I can fit this in.
Alleviate.
I can fit this in somewhere. All right. All right.
And for giving that girl flowers, but she didn't really understand is that whole time I had my assistant tell the lady that she never bought it, she put it back, but that wasn't on camera. So, but fuck you, bitch.
Nah, Rakai, bro. Shit not cool, man. Shit not cool.
Anyway.
Impression that she was doing a race joke.
From what I could tell, there's more to the story of his ban, and it like allegedly his assistant was supposed to pay for the flowers or something like that, and it just like, and I don't know.
How the fuck do you keep up with
You know what I mean? I'm like, I'm not. There's just too much. It's all hearsay to me. But at the end of the day, it's like understandable why.
The last episode of My Hero Academia is airing today, or yesterday, or 2 days ago. I'm late. Yeah, it aired? Interesting. I have not watched the final season. So, I know how it ends though. But honestly, didn't the manga end like last year? Like, they got the turnaround on that finale is kind of crazy. Years ago now? Was it years ago? Manga ended like 2 years ago? Really? I remember the discourse around Deku working at McDonald's. Wait. When did JJK end? Don't tell me that was years ago too. JJK manga ending. No, okay, that was a little over 1 year ago. The manga ended last year with the McDonald's discourse. That's what I thought. Am I tripping? Never mind, it was August 5th, 2024 when okay. See, I knew y'all were trying to gaslight me. Y'all were trying to gaslight me. But I was literally correct. I said the manga ended last year. Y'all were like, no, it was 2 years ago. And I'm like, that doesn't sound right. Because I remember the discourse around Deku working at McDonald's. Like, We're just testing you? Sure. Sure. Is that a spoiler? No, it's not a spoiler.
There is backlash. You also understand the
lashback, actually. It's fair. Some people mess up words sometimes. It's okay.
intent. And the reaction obviously was a little bit of an overreaction. But like that's the kind of stuff where it's like it's all moving so fast that I don't even want to like kind of over index on this like one little moment.
But I mean that's the I don't want to be a pessimist, I guess, or limiting. I don't want to limit any ambitions or whatever. But I remember when esports was initially becoming like really prevalent, like popping up when Overwatch League became kind of an institution, and they chucked all that money into that very specific stadium.
I basically just basically reiterated everything you've said over the past few days, leading with I apologize to Kai, sent him the whole long thing. Basically, those jokes shouldn't have come from me. I'm a stranger to him and not someone within a circle of friends to make those jokes. Interesting. How does she square that for calling random people the Arsler? I wonder how you square that circle. I don't know. Maybe I'm confused a little bit. Wait. I'm curious. I didn't know she did that. Oh no, she consistently does that. So she thinks that like making Kai looks like Diddy joke, right, is too far, but like calling like a Palestinian like, business owner who was against genocide like anti-Semitic is fine, and saying the R slur and dropping the R slur consistently about random people online is also fine. It just feels like her line is a bit, you know what I mean? I don't know. You know?
To an incinerator?
And that all went, smooth. But I feel like that was the apex of everyone kind of aligning on what the aesthetic of esports was going to be. Like, obviously, it'd been very present prior, but I remember that specific moment happening and then people talking about Worlds and people talking about League, and I remember everybody kind of coming to the consensus of like, okay, so we're doing jerseys, we're doing that, we're making it like sports, right? Mm-hmm. That's what we're all going for. Mm-hmm. And I remember a bunch of people kind of pushing back and being like, why are we self-conscious about?
Don't say she has a petite moral compass. We're not using the word petite to just mean small. Okay, no, that's not happening. I refuse. It's not happening. We're not pulling the Rakai.
Visuals of like a gaming type thing. Why are we moving away from that? Why is everyone so we need to make this as legitimate as possible, so we'll give them like sports jerseys and so and so. I think a lot of that was from kind of gatekeepy crowds of like sports.
Don't be petite minded. I find it funny how this is this whole new entire audience has brigaded her pinned TikToks. Ooh, like fans pinned TikToks. Yeah. What's her TikTok? This one?
Going, guys. Hashtag start Asian hate.
Yes, I am racist.
Tongue?
We were right. She posted this herself. Everything makes sense now. Yeah, no. Okay, we understand now. Oh, see, the edginess doesn't really work when you get introduced to a new audience, does it? The edginess doesn't really work when you get introduced to a new audience. She's totally fine with like this like edgy, off color, ableist humor, so long as it keeps like is in an insular space. But now, when she's getting introduced to a new audience, now it's a problem. Now it's an issue. I was wondering why Forsen. It's like wondering why Forsen isn't streamer of the year. Or Forsen's community is something else.
Chong?
That's not me being not me being racist.
This minority I can tolerate.
Immigrant sucker. I'm not that racist. Like, as racists go, I am not that racist. But like compared to a non-racist, I think I am
Like-
racist. They just got a.
I'm sorry if I don't feel bad for her. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sorry if I don't feel bad for her. If she builds her brand to be this and everybody allows it, I don't want to forget that part. The fact that everybody who collaborated with FanFan was okay with this being who she was. You know what I mean? Totally fine with this being who she was, so long as it benefited them. And now when she gets introduced to a new audience, now people are like, "Oh, this is weird. You're doing the weird stuff." Right? Now it's FanFan Smallbean, you know? Like, you can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't. You cannot have your cake and eat it too. You cannot have or build an audience off of being edgy and off color and positioning yourself as racist for content, and then be surprised and mad when people call you racist because you know, are making like racist jokes, you know?
Assaulted. I'm a literal racist. We have like multiple times. Like, we've been together for like almost a year, you know? And then now all of a sudden I find out you're 16.
Wait,
Oh,
what?
I like to rape people.
Going, guys. Hashtag.
Like, this was her brand. Like, FanFan cancel compilations were like the only thing I saw about FanFan a few months ago.
I'm not attracted to high school.
Like, this is like, these are her pinned posts, you know?
I'm not attracted to high schoolers. I'm not. I was attracted to high schoolers. It's
Bruh.
Going, guys.
I'm not attracted to high schoolers. I'm not. I was attracted to high schoolers.
Wait! Okay, I was attracted to high schoolers. Wait, no! Okay, no, wait, we're not doing this. I was attracted to high schoolers.
I'm not attracted to high schoolers. I'm not. I was attracted to high schoolers.
Wait! Okay.
Hold on. It's probably more, but like, you get the point. She's an edgy racist LSF clip farmer. Right? You get the point. It's kind of funny because Clippers are clear. I mean, like, she's farming. This is literally a clip
I'm
farm.
not
Right?
attracted-
This is like, if you want an example of what a clip farm is, this is what a clip farm is, right? This is like not necessarily a bad thing, right? But like, she knows that people will clip her, and so she does something to be clipped. And this is like what a clip farm is. I give it today. Thank you. It's all pink. Right? Point being, though, is that you cannot have this persona of being like this edgy person and then be surprised when that, right? When that blasts or bounces back onto you. You know? Anyway, let's go back to this.
Ball? I don't like sports ball.
Sorry, are you gonna need the aerodynamics of a jersey when you're sitting in a gamer chair?
I hope the teams both have a good time, like that kind of posting. But I was reminded of that.
So NBA thing for the 2 months.
While we were at the show, because I'm like, it might be possible that this industry can't do suit and tie and eat fancy dinner.
I don't disagree. Like I this is my take, chat. Like, very, very much, yeah. That very much may be the case. Right? Maybe you can't do like the Oscars, but for streamers. because they're streamers. And it shouldn't. I mean, we can have a disagreement about like what that line is, but like I don't think that's an unfair question to pose. I like the fits though. I think the fits are cool, right? But I think it's less about like the fits and like less about the actual suit and tie, but like doing professionalism from the perspective of streamers kind of falls flat when streamers are built on being unprofessional. You know what I mean? Like, my opinion, the charm is taking the internet DJ and putting them in suit and ties. Yeah, but that's called irony, chat. And that's why I think it worked for the first few years, is because it was ironic, right? It was ironic. It was the dichotomy between streamers and what they actually were, and then one night where streamers became buttoned up, put on the suit and tie, and you saw the contrast from what they actually looked like, right? It was the irony and how you contrasted the two sides of streamers. Now, it just feels like the Oscars. It feels like it's too big, it's too polished, and now it feels, instead of being ironically the Streamer Awards, now it feels like it's unironically trying to be a buttoned up award show, right? That loses the authenticity that the Streamer Awards had by being for streamers by streamers, right? Now it's for TikTok clipper watchers, like TikTok clip watchers, right? By potentially a corporation next year. Right? Yeah, like by AT&T. Yeah, exactly. Now streamers are purely just like a vector instead of like the actual main content. That's by design though. But that the question is like whether or not that design is working. You know what I mean? That's the question. Is whether or not that design is working. I mean, it's different when half of the people are multimillionaires and still don't know how to act in public. That's true as well. They were still rich before, right? But it still felt like they were like, you know, just still gamers. It felt new. It felt innovative. It felt exciting to have gamers who made like $1 million last year come together and do an event, as opposed to now the entire, you know, platform, right, that made like, you know, $50 million last year coming together, right? And so that feels a little bit different. Gamers who made like 800K felt like, wow, Ninja made 800K last year by playing games. That's crazy. Now you have Kai Cenat making $50,000 to $60,000 last year. You know, that feels a little bit different than Ninja in 2019 making 800K that year. It feels a little bit different, especially when things are getting worse and worse and worse in society. People's material conditions are worsening. Things just feel different from the audience perspective. It feels like they were still little guys having a success story. Now it's the big guys punching down. Yeah, 100%.
I think that particular kind of graphic design, that particular kind of music, the pacing of the event, it's all a little like LARPing as the Academy Awards.
Sure.
You know, place in the same way that I don't think you could do the Academy Awards with Subway Surfers in half of the frame or in vertical.
What's the good part? I agree. Right? I was watching Sam talk about this a little bit yesterday, right? Where she said the same thing. Like, I do agree. I do agree that like puzzles winning the award is the best part. I think because it reminds people of what the award was supposed to be originally. About the little guys, not about the like, you know, 50, you know, million dollar salaried folk, right? But about, you know, somebody who went live playing freaking you know, CS:GO and getting 1,000 viewers. You know? and then pulling a sick knife and getting a clip that got like 1 million views. That's crazy, right? That's what it used to be. Now it's like Kai Cenat had Nicki Minaj and LeBron James. Like, okay, how is any person starting streaming now ever going to compete with Kai Cenat having LeBron James on Mafiathon 3? You know what I mean? Like, it feels alien now. Before it felt like we were in like the Bronze Age, but now we've just rocketed up to the space race. Some people don't want that though. What do you mean? Like, some people don't want to compete is what you're saying? Because I do agree that some people don't want to compete, but then those people aren't being recognized, you know? Having Mariah Carey as your authenticity? Well, I mean, that's a different conversation. Because, like, do we want to appeal to the people who don't want that, you know, is the question. And I don't necessarily know if we want that. It's just yet another show where we clap for rich people. Yeah, and that's why with Puzzles winning, it felt so good, right? Because I Just Love Puzzles is not like a multi-millionaire rich streamer that built her content off of like clip farming or whatever, right? She's authentic, she's real, and she's somebody that has benefited from being acknowledged at the award show. Like, take myself. I'm not a multi-millionaire, right? I'm a kid from freaking North Carolina who decided to get into politics and then happened to do well enough to be invited to the Streamer Awards 2023. Your first sponsorship after nomination, guess to who? AT&T? Please tell me it was AT&T. Just because I think that would be hilarious. AARP? Oh. I would not have guessed that. I would not have guessed AARP. When they do good awards, no one cares. Well, maybe it shouldn't be an award. Maybe that's the problem. She didn't add it for old people's insurance. I know what AARP is, chatter. Shout out to Cookout. Shout out to Cookout. Right? But like, the problem is that maybe the award show is not the best way to portray what we want to incentivize in the ecosystem, right? Maybe we should be thinking about, instead of how can we make the Streamer Awards better, why or where can we be putting our energy and effort into to making sure that more I Just Love Puzzles are recognized past just this year, right? Like, what other events can be put on to incentivize that? So I don't think you can fully remove the big streamers from that in order to do well, right? You need to get their audiences. But maybe instead of having an event that has, right? Maybe instead of having an event that has like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, like 0.01% of Twitch, and then one person who has like 100 CCV, maybe we can kind of like rectify that by having, you know, an event that has, you know, 4 people who have this and 9 people who have this. So that instead of, you know, one person succeeding and potentially that one person going up to here, right, we start to like, you know, trickle down economics, the viewership, right? So that these audiences start looking at and paying attention to this. Because if the Streamer Awards should have shown us anything, is that there is an appetite for people to know about smaller streamers. There's an appetite for the top streamers to know about smaller streamers. You know what I mean? People want to know and support the authentic people on the platform. But nobody wants to really do the work that is required to get these people the shine that they deserve. You know? Yeah, but is anyone other than Cutie, even just a few small streamers, even doing something to showcase small streamers? No, it's kind of the point, right? And Cutie can't do it all herself. It's kind of also the point, right? Cutie cannot do this enough to make people happy. She's a single person with only so much time, energy, and effort that she can put into to building the space. There needs to be others, but most of them would rather like make a diss track against Asmongold as opposed to like doing this. You feel me? Most of them would rather just like go live and play games in their room as opposed to just, you know, doing this and putting on events and such. You know? So I don't know how you fix this. Right? Outside of like, I don't know, maybe if you go live to play your games, like when you go live to play your games, make that game lobby have 1, 2, 3, 4 of the top 1%, and then like 1 of the 100 CCV or something. You know, just being more willing to include the people like I Just Love Puzzles or streamers of that size in your content. Right? This is what I've been so critical of, like Ludwig. And Ludwig's events being just who's popular on the platform. You know what I mean? Like take like Ludwig streamer games. You know? It's just like who is currently popular on the platform. With some exceptions. You know? He'll put in a couple of small streamers, but I used to do more. I think Fast 52 was a pretty decent showcasing different people. That only came after the critique of Fast 51. You know what I mean? But I do think Fast 52 was better. I gave him credit on this when it happened. I think he did better with Fast 52 than he did with like the first Fast 50. But again, even Ludwig can't do it all himself either. It can't just be Cutie and Ludwig and the Cutie and Ludwig show. You stink, Buggy. Right? But this goes even deeper than this because Cutie and Ludwig are the people who get the money. Like that's just it as well. Like sponsors are the people who are throwing the money at Cutie and Ludwig. You feel me? And you need the money to do the events. So the sponsors, right, and Twitch needs to be more willing to take chances on smaller streamers or even like mid-sized streamer events. You know what I mean? Because it literally cannot, not even that it should not, it cannot be just Ludwig and Cutie. Right? So like, again, the buck just always stops with Twitch. Twitch needs to do more. Look where the hidden gems in the past years and their viewers, if it increased strongly, if it benefits them. Like, are you asking, like, does it benefit them? I've been trying to watch other some other streamers and no one has caught my eye. I do not believe that there is like no small streamer that like you were willing. I mean, you watch me, so like this isn't necessarily the case. But like there's nothing that big streamers provide except for just like a community audience, right? That small streamers do not provide. I do not believe that. There's like absolutely nothing It's because with the millions of people who go live, that there's not somebody that provides content that you find enjoyable. Except for like a, you know, chat community experience. Right? Because a lot of people like being a part of something, and that's a big thing. A lot of people like being a part of something. That's why you get rich, get richer. You know what I mean? That's how you get rich, get richer. I haven't found them. I don't have the time to watch a million streamers. Demi, I don't think you're being honest with you. I think you just like not doing the work to find streamers. I think you just like being fed the content easily. You know? Like, it takes work to do that. I don't think that's like inherently like a problem. I think that's how most people engage with content. They don't want to have to do work to go out and find smaller streamers. Like it is hard. It is difficult to do because Twitch is terrible discoverability. You know what I mean? There is a difficulty with doing that. Right? But on the YouTube to Twitch is how I find smaller streamers. But again, that starts a new discourse about like, should streamers have to do that to grow on the platform? Yada, yada, yada. That's a whole thing. I'm not going to get into it. But I do want to look at what one chatter said and be like, looking at the small, the hidden gems for the previous years. Because I think that's a good question, right? People use I Just Love Puzzles as an example for like why the Stream Award is successful. I think that is a good question that we should ask. Is the Hidden Gem Award actually successful in promoting people to a larger audience and getting them success? I think that is a fair question to ask, right? So we'll see. I'm curious. We're gonna look at the okay, there was no Hidden Gem Award this year. What about Rising Star? There was, technically. But I'm not going to count it. There were Hidden Gems specifically. Right, we're going to look at the Hidden Gem nominees and winners. Because I am curious about, like, does the award actually translate to longevity for these streamers? I know it isn't. Kai did more than Streamer Awards did for smaller creators. I don't disagree. I don't disagree. That's all I'm saying. Right? Because I think that's a good question to ask, to pose, to see like if this is even working in the first place. Right? Because we can say very easily that there should be more small streamer awards. People have consistently said that there should be more small streamer awards. Right? But if this is not working, right, then maybe maybe like we need a different solution. This streamer was like during 2021, I believe this year is, right? I mean, they went from having like 60 to 70 to having 120, right? Afghans is a different problem. And Afghans hasn't streamed in forever because, yeah. So I did watch a bit of Afghans. I don't know where they are now. They got canceled. Wait, why? I don't know the full story. I just know they were called out for doing not good stuff. He's doing homophobia on TikTok now. Wait, Afghan's doing homophobia on TikTok? What? So he has 500,000 on YouTube. Oh. I guess he stopped posting shorts a year ago as well. But like, Where's this TikTok? Oh, here's TikTok.
The writer of Game of
Oh, he posted 3 days ago, I guess, to 13 people.
Thrones wants you to nominate someone. They're searching for the most chivalrous, courageous, and honorable knight out there for their... I'm gonna show you how I get paid just to get Starbucks. And guys, this is how you can get bonus points with your...
Yeah, that's rough.
girlfriend too. So listen up. $25 to get food and drink? Sign me up.
I do a grande iced vanilla latte with oat milk, and then can I do a grande
Survey on the go side. That's rough. Okay, I guess we answered that question about like, you know, about Afghans. That's rough. I mean, King Camelot went from like 75 at the time to like 400. So I guess it really depends on what you define as success, right? Like, what do you define as like success? Nick Soleil doesn't really stream much anymore. I feel like they have a normal small growth, but not what you expect from people in general. Love the concept of supporting small streamers, but don't watch them later after the award. That's yeah. That's kind of sort of the point, right? And so like we like to say that, oh, we just need to have more small streamer awards. We need to have more awards to promote people like I Just Love Puzzles. But people don't understand that like they're not even watching the people who win the awards now. You know what I mean? Like having more small streamer awards won't do anything to help those small streamers if they're not actually going out of their way to watch these streamers in the first place. You know what I mean? Again, and this is but this, to be fair, this is back in 2022. We'll look at 2023. This is my year, I believe. Yeah, this is my year. Right? I don't know what Gappy's doing, honestly. I don't know if he's still around. I mean, Gappy's saw like the same space as well. Like, he saw a boost. Wait, actually, this was, when was the boost? It was February. So it was around here. I also don't know what Lena May is up to. He's full-time now? Oh, good for him. Like full-time streaming? Yeah, she's still at the same. I'm curious about Everything Now show. Because they actually won. So the winners get more attention, obviously. But I mean, yeah, like they're like, so they saw a huge boost in 2024 in May. I don't know what happened there. What was this about? Oh, they did stream with pirate software. Oh, okay. Right? So they did see a boost from being featured, starting at like 65 to now being at like a few hundred. Right? But again, the problem is like I'm like the most like, if you will, like successful person or success story from Hidden Gem so far. 100 streamer award from How Fly Your Fit was. Thank you. I mean, that's kind of why I did it. Right? And even then, I wasn't like blasted into like notoriety or anything. Like, here you can see like I was at 100 or something before this, and then since there, so it was February 2024 is when it happened. I've steadily climbed up to like being at around like 600 or so average. You feel me? Challenge your favorite streamer's favorite streamer. Yeah, also find your streamer awards. Right? And even then, so like besides, I think, again, I haven't seen, we'll check 2024 actually. Because I'm also curious. soft skills at 196. So he saw a boost. Everybody, so he's still at like a you know, again, he's not like, these streamers are not like crazy like popping. It's not like being featured at the Streamer Awards is like a ticket to success. Trying to calculate the viewer boost after the awards, yes. Cartoon Therapy saw a boost as well. Is now at the it's like at like 100 or something. Like compared to the Streaming University boost. Oh, we'll do that as well. Yeah. Just for posterity. Chop TV is still at 145. 167. Right? So the point that can be made here is that, like, yeah, it's good to be recognized at the Streamer Awards. It's good to be shouted out at the Streamer Awards. Right? And I'm sure this does help these streamers' careers to a certain extent, but there's no long-term longevity there. Right? Because people don't necessarily, okay. Do you see the difference between how there's the award itself, the award show itself, and all the streamers at the award show treated I Just Love Puzzles? Right? Versus the other streamers that we just looked at. Right? I Just Love Puzzles was at like 100 something. And they got a huge boost up to like 4,000 max viewers. 600 in November. Right? So even then it's not like as explosive as growth as it should be. Right? But still there's some longevity there. There's some like there's some boost there. Right? But because the issue is that growth on Twitch is not just about being shouted out. Right? Shoutouts do not translate to growth specifically. What does translate to growth specifically is cosigns, is collabs. Right? That's what translates to actual growth. And the Streamer Awards don't necessarily provide that inherently. Right? Do you know the difference between all the other streamers that we just looked at and myself and I Just Love Puzzles, who are like the quintessential success stories for the Hidden Gem Award? Right? We were co-signed by large streamers. Right? Collaborations with large streamers. It's not just about like, hey guys, you know, here's a raid to this streamer one time, enjoy, have fun. It's, hey, as a streamer, I think you should watch this person. This person has my stamp of approval. You should watch them because I think they're sick and I think you'll think that they're sick. Right? That is more meaningful than just the award itself. So when people say we need more small streamer awards at the Streamer Awards, I think that they have the right like idea. Right? I think they're coming from a good place. Right? But they don't understand exactly what that would entail. So cool. You have 6 or 7. I swear I didn't do that on purpose. I put that on everything. I put that on everything. I did not do that on purpose. I promise you. Promise you. I did not do that on purpose. So you have a few, right? You have like 5 small streamer awards at the Streamer Awards. Does that really mean anything if people still aren't watching small streamers? Does that make sense? So just having more awards is not going to solve the issue. What you need is to reevaluate how you view being streamers. Streamers need to reevaluate how they view small streamers holistically. You know what I mean? This boost is crazy, but TikTok don't make money for creators. I don't know what this is. Is Hololive on the list? What if they did a small streamer showcase? Only small streamers can be nominated, and maybe just showing highlights from channels at the end of the year or something. I still don't think that will solve the issue, because you have to think about, how did other people on Twitch grow? You know what I mean? How did the big streamers get to where they are? They didn't get to where they are because of one clip, right, on Twitter popping off. They got to where they are due to collabs, right? That's how they get there. And so just being like, oh guys, here are a bunch of small streamers, is not going to actually arrive at those small streamers getting, support or being watched, right? This is actually something that Ludwig talked about a while ago, right? There was a streamer who did like Ludwig streams be like streams or like videos. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, I found it. Yeah, we looked at this before. It is The Veil.
By Ludwig is Ludwig. Ludwig is 6'4".
Every Ludwig Twitch stream ever.
All right, boy. Today we are going to be
right. And so like Ludwig reacted to this video. The video itself got like 200,000 likes. Ludwig reacted to this video. It got 6 million likes, right? But that didn't necessarily translate to like long-term success for The Veil. You know, like it was good, and it probably was more beneficial than if it didn't happen, right? But it didn't necessarily translate to like long-term like notoriety and success from like the Ludwig audience, because the Ludwig audience is gonna like go like, oh, haha, funny Ludwig guy, and then they're gonna turn around and go back to watch Ludwig, right? Because Twitch itself is a parasocial platform. You need to establish yourself within community with these other streamers to kind of pull a little bit of those parasocial viewership, you know? And it sucks that that's how that works, but that's just how it is. Coming from VTuber fandoms, most VTubers still want to join Hololive or other corps since they have since they give some boost in viewership. Yeah, also because there's like a built-in collaboration in that as well. Events on big channels that pair established talent with hidden talent would be good. I agree. That's kind of the only way that I see small streamers actually being prioritized in the platform. And Twitch, and again, theoretically, Twitch should facilitate those events. That's what those events like should be. That's what Twitch rivals are supposed to be. You have big streamers and you have small streamers. You pair them up on teams randomly and you have them do events, and they introduce the small streamers to the big streamers audience, and there's good, fun happening at these events put on by Twitch for these games or all of these different things, and then it helps the entire platform. Right, theoretically speaking. But Twitch rivals is too few and far between, right? It doesn't happen often enough, right? And there's not enough, because it doesn't happen often enough, there's not enough opportunities for small streamers. Not enough, exactly, yeah. And so Twitch should be doing more in that way, right? But outside of Twitch, when big streamers put events on, it's very easy to be like, oh, all the, my contact list sorted by how many viewers they have, let me just start calling from number one down, It's very easy to fall into that trap because those people are the people who bring in the sponsors because they have the numbers. They'll bring an established audience. And it feels like charity. If you're a streamer and you're putting on an event, it feels like you're doing charity by inviting somebody that has 100 viewers, because why would they be there when you can invite somebody that has, 1,000 viewers or 10,000 viewers and have more eyeballs on your event? Therefore, your event is more successful. Therefore, you get to put on a bigger event next time. You know what I mean? So it's not an easy solution, right? But the problem is deeper than just like the streamer awards not having enough small streamers present. I think that is a problem, right? But I don't think that's the main problem. The main problem is that the viewership and the viewer base is less willing to click on a small streamer stream, even if there's a cosign, even if there's a collab, even if there's a shout out. They are less likely to click on a small streamer stream regardless of everything. Because Twitch incentivizes and the culture incentivizes like big number. Big number next to your name, you get shoot to the top, right? The chat going fast, people love that. People love being a part of something. It's how they view, it's how we view streaming. That is the issue. And we have to decouple, right, entertainment with audience size. Right now, they're intertwined. Right now, people see large audience equals entertaining, even if that's not necessarily the case. I guarantee you, there is for every large streamer, there is 50 small streamers that are more entertaining, that are funnier, right? That are more insightful and enlightening than every large streamer. For every one large streamer that has over 1,000 viewers, there are 50 small streamers who do that better. You know? Or I don't get it because small streamers are so much more enjoyable for me personally. That's just, it's hard to reckon with. That's just not the case for everybody else, right? That is a minority position, right? Most other people, statistically speaking, most other people on the platform want to be a part of a large community. They want to be a part of the fast scrolling chat. They want to be spamming L's and W's. That's just the case. Collaborations used to just be a natural part of Twitch streaming. If you were a bigger, but if you're a bigger number, better person streamer, there's little incentive to share your audience and risk them watching someone else instead. I think that's a part of it, true. Twitch in so many ways is just a live chat room on a topic of interest, plus a video moderator with a shared screen. IRC, Yahoo chat rooms, AOL chat rooms used to pop up on certain topics just because people want a live interaction on certain topics, and streamers and screen share is a big plus. Curated content, sometimes on topic. Collabs do help, but if your energy and personality sucks, you ain't going anywhere. I don't agree with this. I don't agree with this. Like the idea that like streaming is a meritocracy and the people who just aren't at the top just are not entertaining. I can name you dozens upon dozens of streamers who have more than 10,000 viewers who fucking suck. Like who are like Asmongold's right there. Genuinely. Like Asmongold, by all conceivable metrics, should not be as popular as he is. Who else? See, Chatter, you want the drama of it. You want the drama of it. The Among Us era boosted so many good streamers. I've been following it's because he's been around for so long too. Although it's a big pool. That's a part of it, right? But it's bigger number, not better person, but like it's the rich get richer, right? The more money you have, the more money you make, kind of thing, right? When you have 1,000 viewers, it's so much easier to get the next 1,000 viewers. Going from 0 to 1 is harder than going from 10,000 to 15,000. You know? There's a sunk cost fallacy with viewers too. They don't want to quit a stream they spent so much time in often. Yeah. Especially if they're getting a lot of money. That's part of it too. Right? It's easier for you to grow if you already have an established viewer base. Like I'm at like 1,000 right now. 955 or 995, right? It's easier for me to get to this point when I was already at 500 6 months ago. And it's easier for me to get there when I was at 200 12 months ago. You know what I mean? But for somebody who's at like 1, it's harder to get to the 2. Harder to get to the 10. Right? Especially when that's what the space incentivizes. Again, this is not an easy issue to fix. It's not an easy problem to fix. The problem is by the way the industry is designed. Right? And it's up to us, right? As the people who are in the space, who watch and create the content, to make sure that we are incentivizing the content that we want to see and disincentivizing the content that we don't want to see. It's our job to do that. Huh. Viewers associate the value of checking out a stream with a viewership number. Yeah. Yeah. And that can't be decoupled from like how growth happens. That makes sense.
Friends. So I don't typically make videos like this. I saw this video on my For You page and obviously I gave it a like because like look at the video. And I'm like, sweet, like I'm early, thinking that I'm very early to a very popular creator's video. Like, come on, look at that. And then I go click on this guy's account and he literally has less than 200 followers. But look at the content this guy is posting. Like, seriously, look at all the sandwiches he makes. And apparently, they're all gluten-free. I also want to add that I do not know this man. This is his very first time popping up on my For You page. I just think that this is a damn good video. I was going to originally just repost his video, but I was like, there's no way because, like, okay, if I repost it, like, what, 10 people are going to see my repost? No, I'm going to make a whole freaking video talking about Fat Sammy's.
He has 250,000 followers now. Like, that's what it means to put on a small streamer or a small creator. That's what it means. I don't know what this one's about though. I don't know what's going on here. Right? That's the difference between like a repost or a raid or a shout out and actually putting somebody else on. You know? Like there's levels to this. That's the difference between being like, hey, you know, this is a nominee for Hidden Gem and I love this person's content. You need to go watch this content right now. If you like me and support me, you better go watch this person's content because it's great. There's a difference in that. Click that first video? No. I lost count of how many times we'll now talked positively like that about I love puzzles. Yeah. And that's what's required. Right? That's what's necessary from the large streamers on the platform. Right? But not a lot of large streamers are willing to do that. It's very easy to go live and play games with your same friend group you've been playing games with for, 6 years. Right? Or it's very easy to go live and just play games with the most popular content creators instead of being like, hey, I saw this clip from this streamer. They are hilarious. I'm going to reach out and see if we can do something together. A lot of streamers are not willing to do that. A lot of streamers are not willing to be like, yo, I was just scrolling on my feed and I saw your content bro, we should do something together. You know what I mean? I think Twitch should also push content with an algorithm because I think you answered too quickly, Chatter, but it's okay. But like, I mean, I don't disagree either, right? Generally, like the culture that we've created here, it should be our job, right, to make sure that we're doing that for other people. It's very easy to fall into just like, oh, I have my group and I'm here and we're chill, right? Instead of like actually putting on smaller streamers. Because when you don't do that, guess who becomes popular? Right? If nobody does that, guess who becomes popular? It's the Rakais, right? It's the Rays. It's the clip farmers. Because if you don't bring up people who are insightful and funny and entertaining, right, who are small streamers, the only people who will find success are the people who get there on their own through spectacle content, right? And maybe every now and then the diamond in the rough, you know? I remember NMP, to be honest, the WL community and FaZe community does this very well. They collab with small streamers a lot. I actually agree. This has been a problem with the Poggers community that I've been talking about for 2 years. Genuinely. This has been a problem that the Poggers community has had, which is why they're struggling to keep up with the changing tide of the WL community and the FaZe community. Right? That's why you see a lot of the Poggers community go into the FaZe boys, go into the WL communities and being like, yo, collaborate with me. Yo, come and collaborate, come into our space. You know? Because no one ever puts people on in the Poggers community. Yeah, because it's very insular. Right? And to be fair to them, that's how Twitch was in 2019, in 2020. It was very insular. Right? Like, but on the gaming side, they're constantly doing collabs. Well, we're talking about like the most visible, like top of the ecosystem. Like, there are people who do collabs in streaming chat. I mean, this is the thing. People do collabs, right? But we're talking about like why are the most popular people the most popular people? That's what we're discussing. You know? Why is the type of content that we see at the top of the ecosystem that content and not like content from like funny, entertaining streamers? It comes from and starts with this. You know? The issue is the Poggers community hasn't really been a community since like the XCC blow up and then followed up the OTK destruction. I don't think that's unfair. I think that's fair. No. But yeah, here. Let's finally go back to continuing with this. Are we not also constantly saying a rising WL streamers like a kind of industry baseline agreeability and safety isn't that part of onboarding so many people without guardrails? Yes, but the difference is that the WL space is not bringing on smaller streamers, they're making them. You know what I mean? That's the difference. It's, yo, this is my friend, like IRL friend, who was with me when I started streaming. He's starting to stream now. Go watch him. Right? And that's where it's a little bit different. Or my cousin. Or, yo, this is my brother and sister and mom and dad who are streaming. That's how you get like Deshae Frost's cousin, Deshae Frost's sister, DDG's cousin, DDG's uncle's brother's nephew, you know, Cinna's dad, like that sort of thing. You know, Black Boy Max's second cousin. I do remember that time that Phantom's cousin called him out for not giving him a handout. I do remember that, yes. They almost Cinna's daddy's show. I'm not calling for Cinna's dad. I'm just saying that that's where you get that from, right? It's not that they are like bringing up smaller streamers. They're making smaller streamers, right? They make it. They enter a point of success, and then they're like, "Yo, this is my boy. He started streaming. You check him out." Right? So even that does not fix the issue of smaller streamers who are actually smaller streamers becoming successful, because you don't really see that much either. Right? I still think Streaming University was a decent example of that. But yeah. The Arky is doing that too. In what way?
Yeah, some people would really dig it, but like, I think the whole time I was watching it, I was just like, a lot of the things that are going wrong here, a lot of things they're struggling with are staples of award shows.
Yeah.
So it's like, people aren't sitting in their assigned seats, so we keep getting shots of the wrong people. And like, you're right, but you're also trying to wrangle dogs. Like, you're like, why aren't the dogs driving right? Like, they can't do that. They can't sit still. They can't go to the right seat. They don't read. Why would they be able to figure that out? They're just, why are these kindergartners running around? What the hell? They don't
Also, we
listen.
did hit 37,300. We got 300 followers in the last like 2 days or 3 days. Like, that's kind of crazy. Maybe I should just keep talking about this, bro.
Yeah, man, you have to preempt it.
It's interesting.
Maybe if it was only like agents and managers of streamers, and they are like used to sitting and listening or something.
No, it's a weird, like, I don't know how you corral all these people.
Fencing.
Because I have to imagine
I think
that
University was different because it brought people directly to a stream rather than a wider award. I agree. It was an event. I think there should be 10 streamer universities. Maybe not to that scale, right? But like, I think that is good. It was an event that is specifically tailored to small streamers and promoting small streamers to a wider audience, right? And it worked to a certain extent. There are still instances where it did not work. Like, if we go to like, okay, all streamer university students. We'll click a random person. This person. Salty Gummy Bear. I don't know what she does. I want to see the before and after for her growth. Yeah, so she saw a boost to 150 for Stream University, and then she went back down to 27, to 23. You know what I mean? So it basically is the same thing. Clicked on the worst person? No, I think that's just an example of it, right? It's the average person. I clicked on a random person and showed that like this just how it worked for the ecosystem. Right? I clicked on somebody else, like Mrs. Chim Chim. Was she even at Stream University? Am I tripping? Oh, she was. I mean, it just feels like this is exactly the same as it was before. People who benefit the most were already kind of popular. They need to be toxic to grow and keep those people. Yeah, but that sucks though. Like, we're trying to find a way that like small streamers can grow without being toxic. You know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to find. I'm like, how can small streamers be put on and grow without having to fall into like the toxic clip farming nature of things? There has to be a way. You know what I mean? There has to be a way that can happen. Remix Streamer Camp or Master Baker with Hidden Gem nominees. I mean, I think that could work. That's why those awards in Streamer University don't do shit to awesome people. Yeah. I don't know. Do you think Austin's talent show helped more than Stream Universities? Austin did a talent show? Sorry. But like, okay, Streamer Camp was a good example of that happening though. Like, this is what's weird, right? Streamer Camp literally did this for people. Right? Season 1 of Streamer Camp was Peter Park, Masayoshi, the Sushi Dragon, Quarter Jade, JVNA, and Awkward Raccoon. I don't know about these last two. Where's her Twitch? I don't know if she still streams or not. But like, Peter, John, and Jody are like extraordinarily popular. You know? Like, so it worked in this instance. Why did it work here, but doesn't seem to be translating to anywhere else? Right? Like, It's Timmy was on season 3, and now he's insanely popular. Vicky is still on Twitch. She's on production side. They collab with each other and hung out with people in the scene. I mean, that is the answer, right? But like, the question is that like, not the question, that's the point. The point is, it's through collaborations, right? It's through, hey, I think you're cool. I think you're sick. Let's do something together. You know, let's do something together. Let's introduce you to my group. Become a part of my group. And then that's where it succeeds. This reminds me of Phase 5, which ended horribly. What was Phase 5? I actually don't know what Phase 5 is. They were already popular beforehand and well known in streaming circles. So just be friends with popular streamers, I guess. We solved the problem, I guess. Just be friends with the most popular people on the platform, and then if you're a small streamer, you'll be successful. I don't know. I don't like that. That's a terrible conclusion. That is a horrible conclusion. I don't like that. There has to be a way. There has to be a way. There genuinely has to be a way that small streamers can be promoted and can be put on without having to do clout farming, clip farming, like cultural stuff, and without being nepotism hires, you know? It's life though. Yeah, but I believe in a better world. I believe in a better world. Culture needs to change first. I agree. Can't make streaming socialism. Sorry. I believe we can. We will seize the means of production, overthrow the bourgeois class, and institute the dictatorship of the proletariat, and the Republican proletariat only. The dictatorship of Republicans. True streaming socialism has never been tried. True. True streaming socialism has never been tried. I don't think this change will happen culturally from the bottom up. Unfortunately, it has to be the top. Twitch? I mean, maybe, but like, we can't affect Twitch to change stuff. So like, I have to believe it's come from the bottom. One decision I see here is Twitch implementing a TikTok algorithm to push small streamers. I think they're trying, but that still won't change the viewers not wanting to watch small streamers in the first place. You know, the viewers have to be willing to click on somebody who has 10 viewers. They have to be willing to be the 11th viewer. They have to be willing to be the 51st viewer. You know, they have to be willing to click on small streamers and watch small streamers. Right? But it's kind of like reality TV. It's like everybody watching the same episodes of Love Island every Friday night or whatever. They feel like if they're not watching Jason the Ween, if they're not watching Marlon, if they're not watching DDG, that they're gonna miss something when everybody is talking about it on TikTok, they're gonna be like, well, why didn't I see that? Why would they watch McSnurgle and not watch Jason? They're like, oh, I didn't see what Jason was doing. Everybody's talking about it because I was watching McSnurgle play Subnautica or something. You know? It's Trash TV Enjoyer. The next evolution of GTA RP, but it's now Twitch. Exactly, like it's Jersey Shore and Love Island combined. That sounds horrific. But it works for TikTok small creators have videos with millions of views. Yeah, but like it's not like they're growing. It's not like they're making money off of that particularly. Like they need to become big creators in order to make real money. Also, no TikToker is making money like that. Like when we follow McSnurgle, McSnurgle can suck it, bro. McSnurgle can suck it the same way that Funko can suck it. But like, I can't dog on Funko anymore because it's a stolen bit. Sad face. Sad face. Good. And the solution is to ban every Twitch streamer that hasn't read a real nonfiction book in the last 2 years. True. I agree with that. What happened to Funko? It was a stolen bit. I thought I made it up, but it was stolen. Twitch literacy stats is crazy. Anyway, let's continue with this.
Everybody's just got the stream up on their phone and they're looking at chat, or like we can even see chat on the monitors, you know.
That, funnily enough, that exact moment when the chat started like streaming at hyperspeed, that was the moment where I went like, oh, ketchup and candy. Oh, this is ice cream with the wrong seasoning. This is a dill pickle taffy. I'm like, oh man, the bright colors and rapid pace of that chat, along with the like slow, elegant strides of the people all dressed up going onto stage and saying like, this thing is an X and a Y, and that's why these people are nominated today. It was like my brain couldn't process both things happening in chorus.
Sure.
And it was like off key. And I don't want to like
I think
limit
they've done
anything.
it before. I don't know because I'm not a IRL streamer, but I wonder what it's like when you are so used to monitoring the chat and then you're at an event where you're doing that as well. And so then does that impact your behavior?
It's probably like having jet lag, where your body's telling you should be doing one thing, but you're like, wait, this doesn't add up.
I feel like people are probably getting like phantom limb syndrome, where they're like,
he said 2 years ago. Oh, okay.
They're like trying to look into a camera. Yeah.
The VMAs back in the day, I don't know if they still do this because I haven't watched it in a long time. They were kind of marketed as this like looser, like you don't know what could happen.
Yeah.
Anything, it's wild here.
I do feel like it's more of a VMAs than a Academy Awards, just by virtue of that type of like, it's like a little loosier, a little goosier.
Yeah.
The Kanye thing happened at the VMAs, not the Oscars, because they probably had snipers in the rafters.
Blow his fucking head off.
No, but there was a Kanye moment. But even that, it was like during a break time when everyone's like going to the bathroom and like somewhat disengaged, like eating a snack or whatever.
If they had gotten up, if this happened in like 2014, they would have said, I'm gonna let you finish.
Yeah.
But it was so long ago that my brain didn't even tie the idea of someone getting up and correcting an award. I went like, oh, right. Yeah, I get, that's what's happening.
It's funny because that woman was sitting behind us the entire show.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Were they a stream?
I believe they're in the like.
Wait, so Jarvis was here this year. Who's slapping who next year, bro? Just imagine, right? Who is the Chris Rock of Twitch? Toast. No, DDG is an easy answer. It's Toast. Toast is for sure the Chris Rock of Twitch. Toast is too kind. Nah. Saikuno? No. I don't think it's Saikuno. I can see Wubby. NMP? Yeah, I can see NMP as well. I'm crazy if I say Hassan. A little bit. Who's the slapper? If we say Wubby is the Chris Rock of Twitch, who would be the slapper? I want to be funny and say it wouldn't be Fan. Seer? No, I can't see Seer getting like slapping over a joke. NMP again? That's funny. Mr. Arthur? I don't know, actually. Tyler 1 in character? That would be funny. Wouldn't that be Tylo? That's too easy. That's too easy. E-Rob. No, I don't see E-Rob being a slapper either. His wife is Kai. It's literally Mizkif. You think Mizkif is the Will Smith? Okay, no. I think I can see Mizkif being the Chris Rock of Twitch. I don't see Mizkif being the Will Smith. I see Mizkif as the person being slapped. You know, not as the slapper. I don't know if anybody is genuinely like a slapper. I don't know. Squeaks? No, I don't see Squeaks as a slapper. Like, I don't see Squeaks. Maybe Peach. Maybe Peach. Cinna? I don't see Cinna slapping Mizkif. Or I think Peach would be the slapper. Not Peach is too chill. Nah, I think if anybody would slap somebody like Will Smith style, I can see Vanilla Mace as well. But like, I think it would be Peach. Cherry's literally slapped someone on stream back in the day. Yeah, but we're talking about slapping because they tell like a offensive bad joke. You know what I mean? Peach slapping Wubby because he made a joke about Seer. I'm telling you, I can see it. Or okay, Tectone would just be simple. If we ask who would slap Tectone, that would be everybody. You know what I mean? That wouldn't be fair. If the question was who would slap Tectone, that would be everybody. That would be like, I can see people lining up, being like, psh, psh, psh. I'd pay money? That's so funny. You have to charge a fee, like $5, slap down. Psh. You know what? $5 more. Psh. That would be a good fundraiser. Yeah, it would be like this. Yeah, it would be exactly like a dunk booth.
Can't stand it anymore. I've got to get out of here. I've got to get out of here. Calm down. Get a hold of yourself.
Stewardess, please let me handle this.
I've got to get
Calm down. Now get back to your seat. I'll take care of this. Calm down. Calm down. Get a hold of yourself.
Doctor, you're wanted on the phone. Everything's going to be all right. Please.
Sister, please, I'll handle this.
They played the slap sound and she didn't even slap.
I've got to get out of here.
That's so funny. That's so funny. Anyway, sorry. Let's get back to this.
G community.
Oh, okay. Who was the award they were correcting or something?
Can we find the clip?
Yeah, because even now in retrospect, I'm like, what the fuck happened?
It was so confusing.
Imagine if you were like Taylor Swift. What? Who was it?
I just have to say, like, it looks great.
It looks fucking sick.
No, it looks so good, and it was at like the historic Wiltern Theater, and so I think that
really?
there's like
I could have walked there. I could have crashed the party. And he's back real quick.
I feel like we only experienced half of the show because we experienced the in person versus like what it was like for
the sweeping cameras and
for
stuff.
the chat. Like there's a lot, like just thinking about the production element of that, there's got to be so much.
Real quick, y'all. I know Breakout Streamer of the Year went to Adapt. And congratulations, and we respect you for what you did. But Rakai should have won Breakout Streamer of the Year and DDG. I don't care what y'all say. Shout out Rakai, shout out. Boom, 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 boom,
boom. Gotta go. That's such a long shot. That's really funny.
It was so confusing because when she got off, everyone thought it was like a part of the show for a second, and then you saw like a bunch of security people like escorting her out.
Yeah, it was like literally, it was a break, right?
It was during a break.
I assumed they just weren't even still live. I thought they were in like a commercial break.
Actually, kudos to the production for like locking in because they thought that maybe they were in the wrong.
It looked so much like an award.
Yeah.
Like she was strolled up in that exact way. Mike was the right height.
Yeah.
He's leaned in and then did all of that. I'm like, oh, this is a funny bit. Is she going to say like, it should have gone to Oscar Isaac. He's not a streamer. That's the joke. Anyway, his soundtrack is
Breakout streamer, Paramount Plus. What is the fan club? The fan club is about a different thing.
Oh no, sorry, not the dog. I'm talking about the fan.
Oh, the fan club. Got it. We can watch that.
I remember in the moment it was happening, me and Eddie just got back from the bathroom. We were comparing penises, and we sat down. And I don't know if we'd seen the initial setup, only that Fan had like walked over and was doing the floor routine stuff and doing a good job of it. She was navigating it relatively well. But again, a lot of stuff's not landing because of the
right, because she's doing the like her style of humor, and like if you don't know who she is, then it like might come up. I just think it comes back to me as like a generosity thing. Because if I'm on a show and like I'm playing, because it's a you're doing like a bit, I'm like gonna be trying to like give them what they're looking for or play along.
Yeah, because it's more fun for including you. It's more comfortable.
Yeah, it shows that you can have humor about yourself, etc.
If I go on like D-Tune's Ghost stream, I've never been a supernatural believer at all. But when I do it, I'm like, yeah, I'll try.
Sure,
I'll put on the machine. I'll chat to the ghost. I'll laugh about it. But because it was genuinely fun because I looked in. But like, I guess when you're in protagonist mode, you can't laugh at something that doesn't align with you because it's you're the doer.
Well, that's the thing. It's like I feel like, well, do I look good here? It's a thing that reminds me of improv class when people would try to be the funny one in the scene, and it's like not what the scene needs.
Yeah.
And I'm not asking the every streamer to be an expert improviser, but you can just tell that the priority is like, I need to look good.
Yes.
Could you explain your inspiration for your outfit tonight? It looks familiar for some reason to me.
Why would it be familiar to you? I don't understand. I mean, I got it in China, but yeah.
Maybe because I'm Chinese. Maybe that's why. It just looks familiar.
I mean, it's like.
I only remember this because I was like doing this to Eddie.
It's like the thing is, though. The thing is, it's like the intention is there.
This is an in-person, off-stream. Not to be the friend that's not woken up, but it is very much like maybe it whiffs, but this is not worthy of like you wouldn't go like, oh my god.
Yeah.
Did you see? What was making me laugh so much was like, what are you doing? wait, hold on. I was just, it made me very happy. So I suppose a net positive.
It didn't feel like some of the other interactions where it felt like someone's like trying to get one over on you.
Yeah,
You know what I
it was.
mean?
It was just such a. I don't know. This one only stuck in
I
my.
understand the joke. Wait, what joke? Exactly. They showed the Hassan joke. Oh. The chairman fit that Fanfan mentioned. Oh. Okay. That one was kind of middling. Also that because it requires like people like know that it's like a Chinese fit, you know, or whatever. Like it takes too much liberties for like what the audience is supposed to know. Like it would have worked if it was like 2021 and like everybody knew about Hassan and like what Hassan stood for, and not that Hassan was just some guy, you know? And so delivery, she should have called him chairman or something. I still think that wouldn't have worked because like honestly the people there don't know who Chairman Mao is, you know, don't know you know, they also don't really care. Like I just think Hassan is a bad target. Hot take, I think Kai being joked on is a good target. You should joke on Kai. You should joke on like Your Rage and the FaZe Boys and Rakai. Like you should joke on people like that. Like Hassan's popular, but he's not like, he doesn't have like the notoriety of the people you're trying to attract on with the award show. Again, you won't see Krishan Rock talking about Hassan. You know what I mean? Even watching Hassan's content, I didn't understand the joke. Yeah, like the joke was not funny. The audience was so big this year, it made it even worse. Yeah. Like doing floor work on Sam Cedar. Yeah. Bit too niche. Bit too niche. What is this? Ooh, okay, yeah. I do slightly want to see Sean C's take on the Streamer Awards as well. I think Kida's Hassan joke was fine. I didn't even hear it, honestly. Oh, he's watching the Omizi video. Did Omizi dress up for this video? That's so funny. But here. We're actually going to jump ahead because I want to get to the forum video first. And then if we have time, I mean, it's Saturday. I don't have anything else really fully planned. We'll watch the Sean C. Steak was mad to me. Bitter Sean? That's crazy. Bitter Sean, don't say that, chat. Don't do this to me.
Life of the showgirl.
Rakai, what's the coolest thing you've ever stolen?
Asking a black boy what's the coolest thing you've stolen does not a joke make.
Congrats on your new documentary with 50 Cent. That was you, right?
Like, that Kai's face makes it so much worse. Kai's face makes it so much worse.
Ain't nothing funny about Diddy at all. To make fun of Diddy is to make fun of SA, murder, and a bevy of other very serious crimes, as well as their victims. Congratulations to India Love on winning the most ran through streamer award. No class, just beyond unnecessary and weird. Calling her classless is a dog whistle. The only thing they ran was a hate campaign on this gal. It's a foreign man in a foreign land.
That's an interesting take. I haven't heard, actually.
It's been a rough week for the white.
I do agree with the fact that like India Love getting so much attention is indicative of like, you know, anti-blackness, like, and also misogyny. Like I think she deserves criticism, but I think like the way the criticism, like again, I don't think if you're in FaZe, you have a right to criticize what India Love did. I don't think if you do clip farming, you have a right to criticize what India Love did. This is your entire thing. She did what you do. You all do clip farming. She's just doing clip farming. You're being rewarded at an award show for clip farming. She's just doing that. Yeah, I hate it that's because I hate all of it. You know what I mean? Had Aiden Ross done it, people would be praising him. I said it during my video. Like, had Ron went on the stage, or had Lacey went on the stage to say that like Jason should have won an award or whatever, it would have been a meme. It would have been a bit, you know, it would have been laughed at. Right? They did piss on their awards. Acting like they care about like the sanctity of the award show and how, you know, how like and the respect for the award show when they were pissing on their awards last year. Like, come on. Let's be real. Let's be real. They don't care about the sanctity of their award, of the award show. Right? They just found a reason to hate on somebody they already didn't like. It's the same thing about Ron calling out Nina Lynn. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think they care about Nina Lynn actually doing sexual assault. They care more about the fact that like it's fun to now hate on Nina Lynn because they already didn't like Nina Lynn, you know? But yeah, Nina Lynn sucks in the same way that like freaking India Love sucks. But they don't care about like their actual perspective. Right? They don't stand ideologically against them. They're just mad because they could farmed in a different way.
Y'all them. Oh God. Been a rough week for the pumpkin spice latte ladies them. Rough week specifically for QT and not only for the streamer Awkwards, but a lot more that we can get ourselves into. And we can get into that without misogyny. The Clover boys were not happy after QT Cinderella made racist comment at the streamer awards.
Rakai? Question.
Yo.
What's the coolest thing you've ever stolen? Don't answer, it's a test, Rakai! Have you learned nothing? Don't answer it! Take his mic.
But it's given seize him.
Seize him. Cut his throat.
I got a thought bubble over my head with just ... like the villagers that are about to leave my Animal Crossing island.
All right, extra Emily.
This right here is my spirit animal, dog. For the uninitiated, this is not Melania Trump. This could be my paralysis demon. This is QT with a white Republican face beat. Oh God. This that MAGA makeup on the ladies them. From the makers of Blackface, I bring you Marjorie Taylor Greenface. Oh God. See, these are jokes. Asking a black boy, what's the coolest thing you've stolen does not a joke make. And before y'all come inside the chat with it's an inside joke in Rakai's community because he got banned for stealing, miss me like the Matrix with all of that shit. Because first off, if it's an inside joke, then why are you making it in mixed company? Just like you can't.
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Honestly, this isn't even unique to Cutie being like white. I feel this way about like the way that some black people joke in mixed company as well. Some things cannot be or should not be brought to light within mixed company. You know, you hold that in house. Like, and it feels like you're punching down. And in this way, it feels like Cutie, who's like the host of the event, the MC, an adult. It looks like from the outside vantage point, it looks like she's punching down on Rakai, right? Even though I think Rakai probably has more money than Cutie does. Like, I think he's richer. I think, and to be fair, he was stealing. He's a little thief. Like, this is true. It looks like she's punching down. That's the optics. And optics cannot be ignored, especially when you are projecting to such a wide audience. That's why the Kai joke didn't land too. Yep. Exactly why. Exactly why.
say the N-word when you don't belong to that community. You ought not make inside jokes outside, lest you run the risk of situations like this. It's beyond cringe. It just isn't even some harmless twinge of cringe. Big up Chad Chad. People be thinking that like, oh, you know, it's just jokes, it's just bants. It is connected to the type of ways that black people are dehumanized on a regular basis. I wasn't even planning on talking about this, but since we there, the words you use create the rooms that you inhabit. Clavicle completely violated this woman after comparing her to Snaggy Nose. I don't know who that is.
Yo, chat, I'm gonna show you something. Bro, here, wait, look. Bro, on God, she looks like Snaggy Hose.
If I ever do make a video about this man, oh.
Bro, here,
if it makes you feel better about Cavicular or whatever his name is that he will prematurely pass due to his, rampant drug use and injections in his face. So, he takes solace in that.
wait, look. Bro, on God, she looks like Snaggy Hose. On my life. On my life, on my life, on my life. Chat, yes or no? Yes or no?
This is true. Yes, well, you're okay. You're waking it up.
Furthermore, if you had but a dollop of cocoa butter inside your writer's room, you would know that a grown woman older than me making a joke about a black boy being a teacher.
How old is Foreign? Because Cutie's like 31. Right? On 32, 27, born 27, really? Born's like early 30s. I assume they were around the same age. I assume everybody older than me is just a millennial, 30 years old. That's why I was confused when Maya said that she was Gen Z on that music station. I was like, I thought you were 30. Not on like any disrespectful stuff, but like, I just assume everybody who's older than me is just going on 30 or already 30. Maya isn't 30. Maya's like 27 years old. So she's 25. She's not 25. She's like 27. Which is I didn't think she was 27, to be fair. But the ages 24 to 29 don't exist to younger people. I'm 25. I just put everybody who is older than me in the box of just being a millennial. You know? I just I just do. Everybody who's older than me is a millennial. Everybody who's younger than me is Generation Alpha. That's how I view it. So, as a 28-year-old, I'm confused. Or I'm offended as a confused. Well, sorry. You talk like a millennial despite your Zoomer humor. What do you mean? I talk like a normal Gen Z person. Gen Z starts at 27. I don't know what to tell you. Everybody who's older than me is a millennial. Everybody who's younger than me is Generation Alpha. No one agrees? Of course you won't, because you're all old or children. I don't need you dinosaurs to agree with me, and I don't need you children to agree with me either. You know what I mean? Because I'm correct. I don't know what you want me to tell you. You know what? Fair. 5 out of 7 rage bait. Fight Sean someday, only 3 years apart, calling me old. I'm just telling you like it is. Easy on the dinosaur attacks.
Beef is racially insensitive. In fact, you don't need a black person in your room.
Then when I turn that age, they're Generation Alpha. And then when they turn my age, they become the normal age again. That's how it works. Ah!
to tell you that this is racially insensitive. QT should not need a person to tell her that because she brandishes herself as an ally to the marginalized. Yet those very minority communities caught calumnies, caught strays all night long. But I get ahead of myself because in order to understand how we got here, we got to go back to this. QT Cinderella defends being kind to racists and staying friends with them. So this is where the current saga against QT kind of started.
I'm not going to change though. I'm not going to. Yeah. I will never believe that if I'm kind to a hateful person, that means I agree with them.
Hey,
I will
I just
never
sneezed,
believe
I'm sorry.
that. No matter what you guys say, I won't believe it because at the end of the day,
it's night. Sorry.
If I'm around a racist person, I'm just not racist. I'm not. Me? I am not.
This shouldn't be a hot take, but I know it is to some. If you say that you ain't a racist without hesitation, like that you haven't ingested, consumed by osmosis, racist and white supremacy, living in a white supremacist racist world, if you could just without batting an eye say that, then I already know what I get myself into because me as a black person have ingested racism.
I'm just not racist. I'm not. Me? I am not. They are. Yes. But how am I supposed to help them ever? By cutting them off? No. Like, I get it. You guys can think in black and white, but that's not how it works over here.
That silence was thicker than me, dog. A lot of folks were disappointed with QT because, again, she prides herself on being an ally to the marginalized, right? Yet here she is saying that she stays friends with bigots. I wasn't disappointed because I wasn't surprised. QT is the Taylor Swift of streaming. The parallels are painful. It's a brand of corporate liberalism that Target perform to get access to marginalized culture. And much like Target, it's as thin as Kate Upton. QT will tell you.
I also think that's like, if you're Cutie, again, it's not even just Cutie. I hate focusing this on one person because it's not even just Cutie. But if you are a large streamer, a multi-millionaire streamer, why would you ever change? Right? Why would you ever surround yourself with people who want you to change? You're a multi-millionaire. This isn't unique to just streamers. This is all multimillionaires. When capital incentivizes behavior, you're going to be very hard pressed to ever, stand in the way of your own capital accumulation to stand for something meaningful. I think people are kind of scapegoating her being like formerly Mormon. Like, I think that has way less to do with what Cutie believes now than like people assume. You know what I mean? I think it's because she's rich. You know what I mean? Like, society rewards her for not thinking deeply about these issues. That's how you get to that point to begin with. You know what I mean? Again, it's not unique to Cutie. Like, it's not. She'll tell you that she ain't rich. I don't believe that. I don't believe Cutie will say that she's not rich. I have not yet seen Cutie say that. And I would be very surprised if she does say that she's not rich. She does? That's insane. Like, what do you... Okay, that's insane. She says, I'm not as rich as you think I am. That's fair. She's not Ludwig is? That's incorrect. I don't believe that. I do think that she's not as rich as people think that she is, but I do think that she is rich. Both of those things can be the same. Those two truths can exist at once. Right? Like, she can be simultaneously not as rich as people think she is and still be rich. You know what I mean? Like, doesn't Firian make like 20K a month each? I mean, we can literally check the Patreon. Like, they make $100,000 a month just on the Patreon, doing a little bit of math, like 104300 divided by 5, it's 20K a month times 12. That's like 250K just on the Patreon alone. Like, this is rich to me. This is rich to me. Like, I don't know if that's crazy, right? This is just from the Patreon subscriptions of the Patreon. That this is rich. I don't know why we're mincing words about like what rich means. Like, the point is that she is monetarily rewarded enough to be isolated from the consequences of like true working class oppression. That's it. So is Hassan, so is Will, so is Austin, like, so is Ludwig, so is Ray, like pretty much all the streamers that we're talking about are. Right? They are, it's a part of their job to be separate from like genuine oppression. Right? Because that's so they get collaborations with the shitty people. I did talk about they make 17K each per month and put some for the production. Yeah. What she means is not that that she's not a millionaire, not that she isn't rich or wealthy. Well, again, that's not what the word, says, or what the word means. Like, the line is drawn different elsewhere. One, but two, I think she's a millionaire. I don't think she makes $1 million a month, or a year. But I think she has $1 million worth of assets. That's what being a millionaire means. I think she has assets worth $1 million. That's what it means to be a millionaire. Like, I don't know what we're talking about here. Like, what are we talking about? This is not like a crazy, this is not even the point. This is not like disputable. Like, I think that she has a net worth of a million, which makes her a millionaire. You think that March is a millionaire yet? No, I don't think so, actually. I think March is well off. I don't think he's a millionaire. This is just in assets count and net worth? Yeah, crazy. I'm blowing some people's minds right now. Other podcasts, there's just two, and it's good money on Patreon. Yeah. Come on, chat. She's rich. How's this a debate? I don't know. This is not. I'm not even like. This isn't a diss. I don't know how this turned into like a thing, right? This isn't like a diss. I'm not dissing her, right? The point of the matter is Cutie is well off. She's wealthy, right? And in the industry that she's in, right, that is predicated on collaborations, predicated on, engaging with other members of the same industry, right? It makes sense that she would be wanting to maintain those relationships because that's how she makes her money. That's it. That's it. That's my perspective. That's my point. I don't think it's crazy. I don't think it's like an insane thing to say. Like, as somebody whose job is predicated on collaborations, right? And somebody who makes a lot of money from that job, she wants to maintain those relationships, even if it means allowing some things that she would be normally against because her job requires it. And this is not unique to Cutie. Also, is she or has she ever had a black friend to make her understand the reality of being black? I don't know. Genuinely, I don't have an answer for you. I don't know who they're friends with outside of like the stream dynamics, and I don't know if we are going to know.
you she's an ally and show you something totally different. As form to get access to marginal, QT is the Taylor Swift of streaming. The parallels are painful. It's a brand of corporate liberalism that target perform to get access to marginal.
We're watching. I forgot how to say this. This also isn't unique to QT. I don't think streamers will engage with critique like this. You know what I mean? Not even just about like watching this video, but they don't surround themselves with people like that are willing to call them out on that behavior. You know what I mean? Like, that's just not gonna happen. Why would they? Right? This is how they make their money. Like, this will get in the way of making their money. Like, this is what I say when they are monetarily rewarded, like, by, like, not caring. You know? They're monetarily rewarded by ignoring certain stuff and allowing certain stuff to happen. Oh yeah. Have y'all ever seen a React streamer watch anything actually informative? No. Right? It's very easy to just put this in the bucket of drama. It's very easy to reduce all of this down to being just drama, because engaging with it may mean making a little bit less money. And under the system of capitalism, where money is king, why would you ever do that? Why would you ever willingly put yourself in that position to like reckon with the fact that like maybe I can be doing this in a more ethical and moral way, even if I'm making less money, right? When capitalism incentivizes you to make more money. You know what I mean? Like, why would you do that? It takes an active effort to do that. You know? Like, to have sponsorships coming in and being like, I am morally against this company, even if they're offering me the amount of money that some people will make in their entire year to do this sponsorship for 3 hours, I'm not going to do that. Why would you? It's a lot easier to just pretend like you don't know, right? And to be willfully ignorant and just pocket the money anyway. Who's going to hold you accountable? You choose who you surround yourself with.
Legit Salvage just subscribed.
You know?
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live
Legit Salvage thinking for the Prime. And Ben Fish thinking for the 32 months.
Just subscribed.
That's insane.
Sup nerds, Gremlo Bozo.
How is she meant to know that it's good faith? You have to have a barometer for it. You know? If you have morals and ethics, you have to understand that even if people are calling you out in bad faith, right? They may have a point in what they're saying. And that you have to do the interrogation of what you truly believe to think, am I standing by what my morals say? I think all too often, people will put the fact that they get criticized by bad people, right, as like a defense of themselves. They're like, oh, well, I'm being criticized by this person who's bad alongside these good people who are criticizing me. Therefore, all the critique must be bad in bad faith. You know? And it's your job to, if you genuinely care about the morals and ethics of these things, to do an internalized like review, to do some internalization, right? Some self-reflection to think, am I being as moral as I claim that I'm being? Or do I have things that I should be working through as well? You know?
Marginalized culture, and much like Target, it's as thin as Kate Upton. QT will tell you she's an ally and show you something totally different. Valkyrie defends QT against fake ally allegations by saying that QT has gay friends. It's very much Trump saying, look at my African American over there.
She's not a fake ally. Do not say that. Do not say that. Her co-host is gay.
The situation brewed beyond the brim, which meant that QT and her allies were on damage control, of which She has many allies.
I don't know what to add to to add to that. Right. And this is why sometimes you got to surround yourself with people who are willing to say, hey, you messed up. Or back chat. Sometimes you have to be willing to, it was a small F. It was a little tiny F. But you have to be willing to surround yourself with people who are willing to say, you messed up. And maybe they do. I am man enough to acknowledge the fact that what we see on stream, right, may not be indicative of what's happening behind the scenes. Like, maybe they do. Maybe they do. Maybe they genuinely like have these conversations behind closed doors. All the cameras turn off and they sit down with Cutie and they say, hey, do you understand why people are upset about this joke that you made about Rakai? Even if I don't necessarily agree with that. Right? Or do you understand why what you're saying here about authoritatively not being racist without doing any self-reflection, why that upset people? Like, you know what I mean? Like, maybe that conversation is happening, but you know, Asian to kind of say that to her on Fear and Hasan talks to her off stream. I can understand how big of an audience that he has and how antagonistic they can be at times. He wouldn't talk about it live, but I hope the convo is taking place. I mean, we just don't know. We have no idea. Right? But the reality is that like the collaborations with those bad people are still going to happen. They will continue to happen. And they have continued to happen. Right? And the harm does still happen on camera. And so accountability to some extent does also need to happen on camera. Right? Some acknowledgement does need to happen on camera. Some of these conversations does need to happen on camera as well. Am I muted on YouTube? No, I can hear myself on YouTube. And Twitch chat can hear me. I don't know much about Cutie. I don't really watch her content ever, but aren't there better targets out there for this kind of stuff? What kind of stuff do you mean? I can hear fine. Okay, well, refresh YouTube chatters. Here, I'll stop there into the bathroom real quick. Oh, I'll BRB. BRB.
Podcast with us on them. She hosts the Streamer Awards, which means if you want to be considered, it would behoove you to ingratiate yourself to her to some degree. And let's not forget, QT is Ludwig's partner. And you all done see my video on Ludwig and the art of fence sitting. I actually noted the fact that QT, unfortunately, does get quite a bit of misogyny due to her proximity to people like Ludwig. But that said, despite QT being as industry as it gets, even her friends in high places couldn't prevent the PR nightmare that was this. This is between QT, Vanilla Mace, KDB.
And you guys can believe what you can believe.
So when you say you could believe what you want to believe, as a man, I know this to be like a niggaism. When we get in an argument and we know we did some dirt, it's just like you could believe what you want to believe.
You guys can believe what you want to believe. I understand. But you're not allowed to coach me and say like, that's not right. That's not what you like. Just because I don't act the same way you act, you're not allowed to like coach me through that. Because at the end of the day, I am somebody that's like, bitch, I'm an ally. Like,
If you gotta tell me you was an ally, by virtue of you being an ally means that you would take criticism from the communities that you ally. Saying in all caps that you can't coach me on what behavior I have because I'm an ally is the biggest non sequitur I could think of.
my stepbrother is trans. and my dad refuses to use the correct pronouns.
And does right.
And he doesn't understand why it's so important, right? And it drives me crazy. No, you're supporting it. I'm not. I don't support that my father is transphobic at times. I don't support that. I'm not. I don't support it. Period. The end. But I still love my dad and I'll go to coffee with him tomorrow. But I don't support that.
Who are you protecting? You're protecting your dad at the expense of your brother. You're protecting and upholding the system of which your dad belongs to. And you're sacrificing your brother and what your brother subscribes to.
Should we all just unlist the VOD? I guess Katie can't. She has her show earlier.
I stopped it and cut this part because I just don't. I am not in the mental headspace to be dealing with that right now. If I'm being completely honest.
Okay.
I'm quite literally.
I'm gonna delete my VOD.
For that. Okay, perfect.
I'm gonna delete clips too, just so you know. And you deleted your VOD?
It doesn't post automatically.
You can still pull it unlisted.
Somebody in my chat asked me not to delete the VOD if that's okay with you guys.
Oh.
You could edit it. No, I'm just kidding. No, I'll delete the VOD. What do I gotta do though? I gotta delete like the clips too? Is that what you guys are doing?
You just yeah.
Okay.
You just go to video producer.
It's very important to understand the context entering Streamer Awards. QT Cinderella speaks on dragging Vanilla Mace and KDB into controversy. Also addresses deleted VODs and clip.
I have a problem reading the room. It's like actually pretty embarrassing.
She done start crying.
I lack social cues. I lack social awareness. This is something I've dealt with my whole life.
Wait, so she blaming it on the... Oh God. Don't tell me this girl can blame it on the autism. I ain't see this. Honey. No, man, I ain't see that.
That's my fault. I really struggled to read social situations. I've talked about it for many years that I struggle with social situations. And so I feel like an idiot whenever that does happen. And I feel stupid. I feel really, really dumb and I feel embarrassed.
What does not being able to read social cues have to do with you burning evidence? She's sorry for not being able to read social cues. It's not about her being sorry for having my father be bigoted to my siblings and then also still comforting and protecting my father and sacrificing my siblings to bigotry. She doesn't see anything wrong with that. She's saying that she is sorry for not being able to read the room and know that this isn't something of which the room is receptive to.
There's been a lot of confusion about the VOD being deleted. Vanilla clarified on her stream. So like, these are her words, they are not mine. Well, I guess they're mine because they're coming out of my mouth. So sorry about that. That was stupid.
It is a manipulative tactic to be self-deprecative while apologizing for something. I'm so stupid. I'm so dumb. One of the most manipulative books you can actually read, because what it tells you is be magnanimous in your apologies, is because if you say, I'm so sorry for doing this, I'm so stupid, and you start doing that thing, what option have you given the recipient of your apology to do? The only option that the person has in that case is to say, oh no, don't cry, especially white woman tears. Now the person you're apologizing to has to do the labor of making you feel comfortable.
It was her idea to delete the VODs. She wanted to edit out where we talked. I don't know how to do that. I have one of my mods does that for me whenever we do edited segments. And so I said, oh, it's no big deal. I'll just delete mine. But you did push it hard because she was uncomfortable. And so once she stated that she was uncomfortable, that's when I'm able to read the room.
Oh God. Y'all gotta stop. No man, y'all ain't scared. Y'all ain't, but like y'all okay though? Shorty say, I read the room when I realized she was uncomfortable. Before that though, I was illiterate. But all of a sudden, I could see it coming like that's so Raven. But y'all ain't scared though? Y'all just be lying like this? White supremacy is so dangerous for white people because it really makes them feel like bad things just don't happen to them. It beguiles them into thinking that at the end of the story, they could be fine. That's the reason why you have white people jumping off a goddamn cruise ships and deading. Oh God. That's the reason why you have white people jumping into animal enclosures and getting eat. That's the reason why you have a bunch of rich white people getting in submarines and deading. Oh God. Cave diving, spelunking like this Terraria. Terraria. I'm trying to help y'all. This ain't about me no more. I'm trying to save y'all. Meanwhile, we have been endowed with generational discernment. We could see, we could read the room.
Once I'm able to understand that she was uncomfortable, I'm obviously going to oblige with her request. I wasn't forcing anyone to delete the VODs. I didn't even realize how poor my tone was, how poor my articulation was. I didn't know that. Vanilla said she was uncomfortable and she thought people were going to take clips out of context. She was correct. And she was correct in being uncomfortable. And I'm happy that she said something. And I'm happy that she was comfortable enough to ask for the VODs deleted. And I'm happy that we
know your boys. She put all of that on Vanilla. She said it's Vanilla them. That one.
Wait, why are people yelling in chat? I just got here, dog. What's happening? Cutie defenders jumping out. Why? What is happening? I don't even know what Foreign said. I have to back it up. Back it up. I was gone for like 5 minutes because I had to use the bathroom. People are accusing Foreign of clip farming.
Fence sitting. I actually noted the fact that QT, unfortunately, does get quite a bit of misogyny due to her proximity to people like Ludwig. But that said, despite QT being as industry as it gets, even her friends in high places couldn't prevent the PR nightmare that was this. This is between QT, Vanilla Mace, KDB.
And you guys can believe what you can believe.
So when you say you could believe what you want to believe, as a man, I know this to be like a nigga.
Assign allyship to yourself. People who are marginalized decide that. That's like walking to a hospital and says you can operate on a person because you claim to be a surgeon. It's a bit of an extreme example, but yeah. This guy is super uncharitable, dude. Why do you think Cutie deserves like charity? Like we can say Cutie deserves charity because we like Cutie, but there's no responsibility for somebody who doesn't like Cutie to like, you know, give her the benefit of the doubt. You feel me? Like. That's like there's no reason for him to do so if he like, because we like Cutie, we understand what Cutie tries to do, right? And so we can give Cutie this charity, we can give Cutie this respect, but like for somebody who's on an outside perspective, which is why we're watching this from an outside perspective, or for an outside perspective, for somebody who doesn't care about Cutie, or doesn't care about Hassan, or doesn't care about Fear End, right? A black person who is getting all the context, what do they think when they see the things that Cutie says? Right? And that is important. And again, I'm not saying that you have to agree with it. I'm not saying that you have to like it, right? But like understanding that where that perspective comes from is the important part. You know? Okay, maybe I'll change my tune like when I get further into the clips, but like he hasn't said anything that I've seen up until the 6-minute and 30-second mark that I think is like fully like off base.
When we get an argument and we know we did some dirt, it's just like you could believe what you want to believe.
You guys can believe what you want to believe. I understand, but you're not allowed to coach me and say like that's not right, that's not what you like. Just because I don't act the same way you act, you're not allowed to like coach me through that, because at the end of the day, I am somebody that's like, bitch, I'm an ally. Like
if you gotta tell me you was an ally, by virtue of you being an ally means that you would take criticism from the communities that you ally. Saying in all caps that you can't coach me on what behavior I have because I'm an ally is the biggest non sequitur I could think of.
My stepbrother.
Like she's wrong for this. Like that's why I'm not understanding the point. Like she's incorrect for this. She's apologized for this. You know, like I'm failing to see where the disconnect is. Other things, her apologies insincere, and he can think that. Like, you know, I don't necessarily care whether or not her apology is sincere or not. Like, I care more about like the impact of her change or her growth. You know,
is trans. And my dad refuses to use the correct pronouns.
And does, yeah, right.
And he doesn't understand why it's so important, right? And it drives me crazy. No, you're supporting it? I'm not. I don't support that my father is transphobic at times. I don't support that. I'm not. I don't support it. Period, the end. but I still love my dad and I'll go to coffee with him tomorrow. But I don't support that.
Who are you protecting? You're
like. This is okay. This is a little bit off topic, but you can't say period the end and then follow it up with a but after it. That's just not how period works. Period denotes the end of the sentence. And it's like, this is kind of also why AAVE being commodified and taken. And this is like a smaller part of it, but like period is to denote the end of the thought. Like it's period. Like there's no more to say after that. But right? But despite that, the point that she's making is that like she can't cut off bad people who do bad things because she wants to change their mind. And that's cool. You know what? if you were like, because I think that somebody needs to do the outreach there. However, I do think that marginalized people get to feel some kind of way about you deciding that that's what you want to prioritize as somebody who is, you know, not faced with that bigotry or that oppression, right? Despite what they want. You know what I mean? Like, I think that that is a fair take for marginalized people to glean from that. If your values are to toss out your family, fine, but I'm never cut off my family for anything. Okay, Demi, just take a week off. Demi literally is just here to be contrarian. That's it. That's literally all that Demi has done. It's just like to come in and just say, I just disagree with whatever is being said currently right now on the stream. That's it. That's literally it. That's all. That's all. Like, did anybody ask for Demi's opinion on whether or not Demi specifically would cut off her family? No, I don't think so. But Demi's like, I need to come in and be contrarian and like let you know that I need to start discourse and drama about the chat. Like, it said specifically to get people to argue with her. Like, you can not cut off your family. That's fine. Like, I'm not saying that you have to cut off your family. Like, just like, stop. A week though, Demi has gotten a lot of chances. Right? Also because, like, nobody's saying to, like, cut off your family. Right? The point is that Cutie, in this clip, is prioritizing her relationship with her father, right? Over what her trans sibling wants, right? Or desires. That's it. That's what the conversation is about. Right? Nobody is saying that Cutie needs to cut off her father right now or she's a bad ally or whatever. That's not what the take is.
Protecting your dad at the expense of your brother. You're protecting and upholding the system of which your dad belongs to. And you're sacrificing your brother and what your brother subscribes to.
Should we all just unlist the VOD? I guess Katie can't. She has her show earlier.
I stopped it. And
Cut this part because I just don't. I am not in the mental headspace to be dealing with that right now. If I'm being completely honest.
Okay.
I'm quite literally.
I'm gonna delete my VOD.
For that.
Some people
okay, perfect.
To be honest, yeah, but like, don't bring that shit in here. Like, if I'm not saying that, I don't give two fucks about what other people are saying. Like, y'all are coming in here arguing and shadowboxing with ghosts, the specters of Twitter. Like, that's what I believe. Stop doing that. Y'all are coming in here and being like, well, people over there are saying this other stuff, so I must argue about that. Like, we're not even having that conversation.
I'm gonna delete clips too, just so you know. And you deleted your VOD?
It doesn't post automatically.
You can still pull it unlisted.
Somebody in my chat asked me not to delete the VOD if that's okay with you guys.
Oh.
You could edit it.
No, I'm just kidding. No, I'll delete the VOD. What do I gotta do though? I gotta delete like the clips too?
You just
yeah.
CEYTOOFLESS.
I didn't see this part. This part doesn't look good, to be entirely fair. I saw some clips saying this, but like this part does not look great. It does look bad.
Okay.
You just go to video producer.
It's very important to understand the
deleting the VOD first. I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters. It's still just, why not? Because it still comes across as the cutie is trying to hide what her perspective is. Right? Like in this entire, you remember what the conversation is about. The conversation is about like marginalized people and the perspective of marginalized people. That is what the conversation is about. Right? And Cutie has spent this VOD defending her association and her prioritizing the relationship with bigoted people over the feeling of marginalized people. Right? And it felt like she was, you know, running from her position there. Right? It doesn't matter if KDB or if Vanilla Mace brought it up first. Right? Like this is still, it's done to protect Cutie, like exclusively. Right? That's the reason why Vanilla Mace brought it up in the first place. Like it's to protect Cutie.
Context, entering Streamer Awards. QT Cinderella speaks on dragging Vanilla Mace and KDB into controversy. Also addresses deleted VODs and clip.
I have a problem reading the room. It's like actually pretty embarrassing.
She done stuck, right?
She does it wrong. I mean, that's what she apologized for.
I lack social cues. I lack social awareness. This is something I've dealt with my whole life.
Wait, so she blaming it on the... Oh God! Don't tell me this girl can blame it on the autism. I ain't see this. Honey. No, man, I ain't see that.
That's my fault. I really struggle to read social situations. I've talked about it for many years that I struggle with social situations, and so I feel like an idiot whenever that does happen. And I feel stupid. I
like Cutie. So I'm fine with taking Cutie at face value and saying that she's being sincere in her apology. Right? Foreign doesn't know Cutie. He has no reason to do that. Right? But despite either of it, right? Despite either of it, like either my perspective or Foreign's perspective, like what I care about is the follow-up, the change of this. Because think about it. Before this clip came out, and after this clip came out, what meaningfully changed? Genuinely. What changed? What was the conclusion to that? You know, everybody kind of just moved on. It's like one big bigot arc consent. I don't even necessarily think that it's a bigot arc, right? I don't think Cutie is a bigot. I think that Cutie is like privileged. And she has blind spots. And she has no reason to actually reckon with those blind spots because her job and her peers at that job, right, have no reason to hold her accountable for it. You know, it's not like she stopped collabing with FaZe or acknowledged FaZe's homophobia or whatever. You know what I mean? Or their bigotry or their ableism or their usage of slurs and tried to hold them accountable. Like because she was apologizing for bringing Vanilla and Katie into this, not what she said. That's true. Right? But there was no conclusion to that. right? So if she didn't mean what she was saying in the clip, right, like holistically, then there would need to be some conclusion to be like, okay, well, this is what I'm going to do in the future. Does anyone in the streamer community hold FaZe accountable like the big streamers? No. Why would they? Genuinely, why would they? And lose access to what is combined 100,000 concurrent viewers throughout all the FaZe members? Why would they? You know what I mean? People who would don't interact with them is complicated. Yeah. But even people who don't interact with them that would don't say anything, because why put yourself in a weird space with Cutie? Like, if you don't like FaZe, but you like Cutie, why would you call out FaZe when Cutie is very clearly open with associating with FaZe? And you end up putting Cutie in a difficult situation. Imagine if you're a big streamer who goes to all of Cutie's events and you call out FaZe, now Cutie has a choice. Does Cutie include you? Or does Cutie include this group of people who have 100,000 concurrent viewers to this event? Why would she ever choose, you? That's the reason why people don't really say anything. It's because they are scared of being ostracized, right? They're scared of being shunned from the space. Not an ally then? I just mean like to better the whole streaming community, like FaZe, like Hassan reps FaZe, I would assume that he tries to talk to them about it, but I don't know. I mean, we don't know. It's kind of the point. No big streamer holds anyone accountable. They don't care that Asmold or XQC or how they still invite them to things. They don't care about sexual violence. They just kept being friends with Miskiv after he protected a predator and mocked victims. Vanilla tried, and she saw what happens when you do that. Right, but you notice how Vanilla hasn't really said anything since. FaZe's behavior didn't change. Right? But it's not like Vanilla tried to re-up the conversation. Like, everybody just kind of like lets it go and lets it like, you feel me? Right, and I can say this from my perspective. After I made the FaZe post on my Twitter, I did see a few people hit the unfollow button. I've seen some things. So, like, truth of the matter is that people don't want to change. I misclicked. Known people? Not people that I think you would know. Honestly. Didn't FaZe dogpile on Vanilla? Yeah. Or could that follow button harder? But the point of the matter is that everybody just wants to keep making money. That's kind of the point. Kind of the point is that everybody just wants to keep making money. They do. Has a dog pile started on you? Nah, not really. I think the 12-year-olds found my content kind of organically, as opposed to being like a concerted like dog pile. Because honestly, it's kind of difficult to do that when you're correct. 12-year-olds? Yeah, the FaZe fans. Don't shake the boat. The boat is currently shaking a lot, especially in American material conditions worsen. The audience reflects this. Yeah. Why do we support some capitalists who want to riot against a bunch more? What do you mean? FaZe dogpile and nobody came to Vanille's events, and she said, "Hold up, now I'm with y'all during the streamer awards." She said that. I've seen a new Pillboy video. Yes. I think Vanilla recognized the game. Unless you didn't, I'm talking about the perception. Oh, okay. I do agree, though. I do also think Vanilla recognized the game. Because again, nothing changed. It's not like FaZe stopped saying the R slur. It's not like FaZe stopped being like homophobic. It's not like their chats stopped being insanely misogynistic, right, and bigoted. But the conversation kind of stopped, right? The conversation kind of ended, right? So what's the conclusion to that? You feel me? Everybody just kind of, you know, shows up, shakes hands at the streamer awards, goes home, and then pretends like this conversation was never happening. You know? And if you do call it out, if you do bring it up, if you do reckon with the fact that, hey, everybody seems to move on from this conversation, but nothing really changed, and then you're seen as like clip farming. You're seen as drama farming. You know? I think Vanilla is holding to her decision to not do any collabs except with Julian. That's the extent of it. I think that that's cool, but like that doesn't change the culture that exists of not speaking out in support of marginalized people. You know? Like that doesn't change what you know, what like the problems that are happening are. And everybody just kind of moves on, shakes hands, continues to do collabs and stuff. And like who's left holding the bag? You know? Yeah, speaking would do more, but also put her under more fire. More under fire. Yeah, but someone needs to do it. Right? Someone needs to do it. Someone needs to stand up for marginalized people. And it seems like nobody at the top of the space is willing to do that. Nobody. Right? That's why I've spent so much time on this consistently. Because it feels like everybody's prioritizing their own bag, right? Their viewership, their numbers, their collaboration over the actual harm that is happening for marginalized people. And that's a little bit frustrating. You know? K like tweet you had. Yeah, oh, the Charlie Kirk one. Yeah, that one's doing pretty well. I'm proud of that one. I think it's funny. Look at that. To make that change, there will have to be a receptive individual on the other end. If you call out a big streamer, they will immediately become defensive. Not if it's like a concerted effort to hold people accountable. Like, do we have this mindset for like Asmongold or for Aiden Ross? You know, do we ever refuse to call out Aiden Ross because we think that he will become too defensive to change? Or do we call him out because he is causing harm? And it is our job to mitigate the harm that is happening towards marginalized people. That's it. That's it. Hassan has done it, no one else. That depends on but it depends on what you mean by it. If it's call out Aiden Ross, I think Hassan does that. If it's call out the FaZe boys for their bigotry, I don't think Hassan does that. Speak out and risk not being invited anymore, and call troublemakers or silence, and make your bags. That's their choice. Yeah, and we know what people have chosen. Aiden Ross is worse than the FaZe boys. I mean, obviously. But do you think the FaZe boys aren't causing any harm, chatter? I'm curious. Do you think that they don't cause harm? Do you think that the way that their chats talk about like trans people and queer people, right, is not harmful? Do you think the way that they talk about disabled people and the way that they drop slurs, the way that they are disgusting with their ableism, do you think that that's not harm? It's ever more important to call out people like Cutie because they moderate their harmful takes behind progressive aesthetics more so than outright bigots, Aspen and FaZe. I have no way to know, but I have no assumption Hassan or anyone y'all want to name is secretly running around behind the scenes confronting anyone. Why would you assume that? This is a great question. This is a great question. Like, I think people assume that because they like Hassan, right? But there's really no reason to believe that they are actually calling out these people behind the scenes. Honestly, there's more evidence to suggest the opposite. You know what I mean? Not that Hassan specifically, but that some of these other streamers are actually engaging with some of this shit behind the scenes. Right? There's and like, even if they're, this is my take, even if they were calling this shit out behind the scenes, right? The fact that nothing has changed outwardly on camera, either in the behavior or in their collabs with these people, shows that they still don't care. Even if I want to give them the most benefit of the doubt that was to exist, right? And they were calling these people out behind the scenes, right? They're still, cordial, on camera. They're still cool and buddy on camera. So like, that just shows that they're kind of putting that in my opinion is almost even worse, because they're just putting their bag for these collabs over the morality that they know is wrong in the first place. I think a counterpoint is to play the sleeper cell and infiltrate these groups while slowly changing their minds while avoiding direct confrontation because people don't take it well. This is just another way of just saying, just allow bigotry to exist while they profit off of it, because maybe you'll change them in the future, And this is done off of the backs of marginalized people. Do you think that the disabled people who see the FaZe boys very clearly and be disgustingly ableist, would be cool with these millionaire streamers being like doing these sleeper cell moves to slowly change their mind while profiting off of the collabs that they do with these people? Like, I think more of Hassan and his personality and his reach and his politics. This applies to Hassan as well. Like, there's a reason why the people who are in these rooms, like the progressive people who are in these, like, there are no progressive, like, black and brown people, progressive like trans people in these rooms. Like they're not. There's not. The reason why the people who are in these rooms that are progressive, that are supposed to be changing these minds, right, are overwhelmingly white, overwhelmingly cis, right, are because they allow this set to exist. Right? And that is done off of the backs of the black and brown people who actually advocate for their own, right? They advocate for their own lived experience, their own rights as a person. And they're not in these rooms. You feel me? So I can understand why a black person would be frustrated by Hassan, who is making money off of these collaborations, right? Under the promise of maybe he's changing their minds 3 years down the line, would be frustrated by that. You know? I can understand why a trans person who sees Cutie making money from these collaborations, right, would be frustrated by the fact that like their rights are put on the back burner while they're running around doing events and stuff. You know, like that's I can understand that. Right. So I understand what you are saying, and I understand that that's what their perspective is, right? But that comes at the backs of marginalized people, you know, like off the backs of marginalized people. Does that make sense? Like somebody needs to do it. And the marginalized people are not in the room to be able to do it. Is canceling them the only solution to change their mind? Bro, fuck cancellation, bro. Cancellation doesn't fucking exist. That's not a thing. Cancellation is not fucking real. These are fucking multi-millionaires. Cancellation is not real. That's not a real thing. These are multi-millionaires. All I'm saying is that somebody has to be like, hey, what you are doing is bad. And people are like, why are you trying to cancel them? Why are you trying to cancel them? You can say that about a lot of poor celebrities and people who used to be famous would disagree. Where? Who are these people? A loss of relevancy is not cancellation. Honestly, you can find, I guarantee you can find more people who were canceled and gained more relevance than the people who don't. Genuinely, I promise you. I promise you. You can find more people who got canceled and gained more relevance. Nobody is saying to cancel these people. People are saying to hold them accountable for the harm that they cause. I don't know how you can hear that and be like, cancellation. It's about holding them accountable for the harm that they cause. Cancellation is not real, but cutting collaborations would eventually do damage. Yeah, that's called accountability, chatter. If they're fucking bigots, why are you rewarding them with collaborations? Let's flip it on its head. Instead of like canceling them for being bigots, how about not rewarding them for being bigots? Is that crazy? Is it crazy to expect that progressive people are not literally rewarding these bigots with access to their progressive audience for doing bigotry? Like, I don't think that's a crazy thing to expect, right? And Hassan has been a victim of this numerous times, like Dr. Mike Israetel. Dr. Mike Israetel being introduced as just a gym bro who's slightly chud-coded to Hassan's audience, and then turning out to be a fucking race realist, white supremacist, like, is a problem. And if Hassan kept collaborating with him, I would think that that is still a problem. The thing I want is their audience. The thing I want is for marginalized people to be fucking safe. We must want different things. I want the safety of marginalized people. I've said it consistently, and I will keep saying that. That's what I care about. That's what I care about. I don't give two flying fucks if one more person doesn't identify themselves as a leftist ever, so long as I make the space a little bit more safer for marginalized people. That's what I care about. I care about the safety of oppressed people in this country and mitigating the harm that they face. The audience is an afterthought. So no, I don't think allowing bigotry to exist for the hopes of maybe changing their minds down the road while harming the marginalized people now is a good thing and a valid thing. Make them leftists would make the space safer? No, not at all. And you can see this by Hassan's very chat itself. A bunch of people who call themselves leftists but are very anti-black. A bunch of people who will call themselves leftists but will fall right into misogyny as soon as a woman appears on the screen. I don't care how many people label themselves as a leftist. I care about them not causing any harm. I don't give a fuck about the label. I don't care what they call themselves. I don't care about any of that. I care about them not causing any more harm. Once we solve the harm that people are faced with or are causing, then we can worry about what they label themselves. Then we can worry about them being on the correct side of the line. But right now, they're causing harm. They are doing harm. And they're being rewarded for doing harm. Is it? How to make the space safer? By calling out the harm that they cause. I don't know how this is crazy. You don't reward them for causing harm, which you call as cancellation. If they are causing harm, you do not reward them with collaborations. You do not reward them with positive attention. If they are causing harm, they do not get the positive associations with people who believe that the harm is wrong. And if they want those positive associations, they have to stop causing harm. Talk about how Kai's Sinad's group of friends were some of the biggest on the platform. Yes, Chatter. Maybe if you did a little bit of fucking research before you came in here accusatorily, you would know this. I have made more content on Kai Sinad's friend group than I have on FaZe. Yes. Yes. Literally. These two videos specifically. I have talked more about Kai Sinat's friend group than I have about FaZe. Response? This is not exclusive to FaZe. This also applies to the Clover Boys and AMP and OTK and every fucking group on the platform. I don't know why people think there's like, oh, I have a super secret hatred for FaZe exclusively for some reason. Difference in Clover Boys don't collab with Poggers at all, so it's less visible. It's actually not less visible. It's more visible, but visible to different people. So it's I would say it's an equal amount of a problem. Frank, thank you for the 4 months. So Astro Charlie, thank you for the Prime. I think Clover Boys are a lot more problematic than the FaZe Boys. Casting them both in the same bigot seems strange. How so? There's nothing that the Clover Boys do that the FaZe Boys have not done or supported. They are exactly the same. sexual assault. Who has the clip? So 5-minute clip. Someone find me the clip. You know what clip I'm talking about.
Help me, bro.
You want to sound like it?
Yeah. I'm gonna just grab the fucking barricade, okay? Alright. Get a little lower. Thank you, bro. Alright, ready?
This chatter is sexual assault. It is. It is. And Men in Masks can push to just laugh just like this off every day. Yeah. Tyler literally sold it to someone on stream. Yeah. And it was equally as bad. It was, that's what I say. They do the same thing. Nobody in the space is like exempt from supporting this behavior, being okay with this behavior, or perpetuating this behavior. So Ty Lil grabbing a girl and humping her on Kai's stream, and Jason doing this to Zoil are not dissimilar. Let me see if I can find that Ty Lil clip so I can show it to you. You said equally as bad? Yes, it's sexual assault. Humping somebody that does not consent is sexual assault. I don't know how I have to explain this.
Relax.
Wait, hold on, wait.
This is sexual assault.
Get a little lower.
So is this. Zoil and Jason are good friends. I say it's not as bad. Do you think that a man and a woman who are friends, like a man who is a friend with a woman, cannot sexually assault that woman? Like, what are we talking about here? You can sexually assault your friends, and it happens literally all the time. Humping somebody without their consent is sexual assault. I don't know how else I need to explain this to people. Sexual assault, even if it's playful between men like this. I remember when Terry Crews came out and said that people were discussing him as a victim. Yeah, and it's like it's locker room culture. Like men sexually assault other men, like in like high school locker rooms all the time, and it's bad. That is a bad thing. Like you're not gonna find me defending this behavior because it's normalized. It's bad and it's not good. Team Face literally have a member removed for sexual assault. Honestly, that could be like any content organization at this point. I don't know. Does it seem different? Is that this is a joke that Jason does all the time, and that's a problem. That is a problem. He does that all the time. It says Jason claimed another victim. So like the insinuation is that this happens a lot. That being normalized is a huge part of the problem. Yeah. I remember how we got here. It got so distracted by arguing about with the 12-year-olds. Maybe that's my own fault. I should stop reading what 12-year-olds write in the chat.
Really, really dumb, and I feel embarrassed.
What does not being able to read social cues have to do with you burning evidence?
I don't see how those two interactions are comparable. Yeah, because you have a skewed perspective of what sexual assault is. I don't know what to tell you. You're the problem here, chatter. Like, you don't see how they're the same or comparable because you don't view male sexual assault as real sexual assault when it happens from men. I don't know what you want me to tell you. You are the problem. Like, when people say, like, why don't people care about men's sexual assault? This is it. Man humping a woman he doesn't know versus two friends messing around. The two friends messing around is, again, a man humping a man without consent. It's man humping woman without consent. Man humping man without consent. Do you know the important part of that sentence is not the man or woman, it's the without consent part. Without consent makes it sexual assault. I don't know how else to describe this to you. It's very simple. If Jason had consent, it would be different. He, without consent, humped Zoil. That makes it sexual assault. I don't know how else to explain it. There are nuances in the interaction I think you're ignoring on purpose. There are no nuances. It's very simple. It is very simple. If there was no consent, it is sexual assault. There's no nuances here that makes it okay. You can't nuance sexual assault. If there was no consent, it is sexual assault. There's literally no other way to describe it. And there is more to the clip. We can play it. Get Zoil's full reaction. I don't know if somebody can find the YouTube video itself. But like,
ready? Help me, bro.
Okay, this isn't even the full interaction. Where's it at? Is this it? Yes, it is this. This is it.
Nah, you gotta like give me step on your hands.
Oh. Whoa! Why are they acting? What are they doing? What's good? Why is everyone here?
Just grab it and see if you can fit in it, bro. No.
Help me, bro.
You want me to stand like here?
Yeah. I'm gonna just grab it. I'm gonna grab the fucking barricade. I get a little lower. Thank you, bro. All right, ready?
Yeah. Bro, are you serious?
He's like the town whore. He's done it to everyone.
Oh my god.
The fuck just happened? Don't even want the bell run?
How long you want it though?
No, I'm not getting you now. Go fuck yourself.
You can swing, Zoil. You can swing.
Fuck! We just do that around here? Bro, what the fuck just happened?
That might be worse than Rosie's, bro.
What the fuck, bro?
Dude, the silence after was not funny. I did not enjoy that.
No, you just fucked my face.
Alright, bro, you can hit me.
No, I don't want to hit you, bro. I'm a lover, not a hater.
Actually, slap me.
Swing on him.
Actually, slap me.
Jason, you should apologize.
I apologize.
Thank you, bro.
Do you want me to hit him?
So like, why would Jason have to apologize if it was acceptable between friends, chatter? If this was an acceptable thing that happened between friends that they definitely consented to, why would he have to apologize? Or maybe he fucked up. Right? And him apologizing is a good thing. I think it's good that he apologized. I don't know if he's actually acknowledged why it was actually harmful, but like, you know, I will say that it's good that he apologized after being, you know, essentially forced to by like the you know, giant audience. Right? But it's fucked up. It's a thing that is not good that he did. It was a bad thing. He did not ask Zoil for consent, right? That's a sexual assault definitionally. Right? But one must ask why everybody else in the room is seemingly okay with it. You know? I truly think that's because this was in front of the camera. Off camera, he would not have said sorry. Sure. I think what Jason did was wrong. It's just comparing what the title seems wrong. Do you think that there's degrees of sexual assault? So do you think it's sexual assault? Are you conceding that it is sexual assault, chatter? I mean, we wait. But like, again, Tylil humping her for content and Jason humping Zoil for content, I don't see how that's meaningfully different. I don't. Except one happened to a woman, one happened to a man. Neither person consented. It's both done for the pursuit of content. Like, honestly, what is actually different is the way that the reaction to this from like the peanut gallery is different. You know what I mean? Like Kai getting up and to stop him, right, telling him to hold on, is different than like what this was, which is everybody, you know, laughing it up. Ha ha ha. What's wrong is that the majority of the general audience just laughs what Jason did, and we are known as woke scolds. I think the reaction was different. You didn't answer my question, chatter. Are you conceding that it's sexual assault? Yes or no? If your answer is anything else, you're getting banned. You have one opportunity. Sure, it's sexual assault. Okay, then I have nothing else to say to you. Because the original contention is you claiming that FaZe didn't do sexual assault. That's what the original contention was. That is how we got here. I said that they do the same thing, and you said sexual assault, and I said yes, which you just conceded. So I don't know what we're talking about. In the situation, okay, it is sexual assault. They are not friends. Aren't streamers just collabs? If it was a close friend, it could be fun between men. If it's something that has been consented upon, then yeah, I don't care what you do between your boys, you know? Consent is the like men can consent to other men, like not in like a sexual way or not in like a romantic way. And Zoya was like, yeah, no, I think it's fine. I think you can do it to me. I can do it to you. If it's consent, then like, yeah, you can hump each other all you want to. I'm not here to sit between and to stand between the fun that you do amongst your boys, right? But this is a situation where Zoyo very clearly didn't consent, and he's being tricked into to being humped on by Jason. The content is that Zoil is uncomfortable. That's why it says Jason claimed another victim. You know? Wait, there are others? That's what I'm just saying what the video said. Okay, we're so far off of what the actual point was, and that is the point is that nobody in the streaming space is willing to say what's necessary to be like, hey, I think this is bad. I think this is bad. You know, apology without a change in action or words. Or actually just words. Did he apologize to everyone or just else he's done this to? Because I don't doubt he apologized to previous. Because I don't doubt that he's apologized to previous victims, but still did this to Zoil. He's going to do it again and go through this song of dance of apologizing. This is why that's what you're calling out. Yeah, yes. But I will acknowledge when somebody says like the first step, which is like the words "I'm sorry," because that doesn't always happen. However, because nobody else wants to actually hold him accountable, right? And tell him why, hey, maybe doing this, right, is bad and wrong and you shouldn't do it. It's the type of concept, right? You have Cutie being like, oh no, he does this to everybody. Don't worry about it. Oh, he does this to everybody. Instead of being like, hey, Jason, come here. You can't go humping people's faces like that, like, especially without consent. It's wrong. It's gross. You need to not do that. You know what I mean? Like, I expect somebody, the adults who are literally in this room, who claim that they are around these boys to be a positive influence, I expect somebody to sit him down and tell him why it is unacceptable for him without consent to go around humping people's faces. That's why they're in these rooms. Not dissimilar to the Mango situation. No, it is similar. It's very similar. The reason why it's different is because Mango is a grown adult, and he's like, Mango's not being collabed with because people are wanting to change his perspective, right? The reason why it's different is that people are literally collabing with Jason, right, and the rest of the FaZe boys under the assumption that they can be a good positive influence on them, right? So the behavior is the same, right? But like, they're literally the reason why, because like, this is the problem. Cutie tells her progressive audience, fuck you, I'm doing this collab with these people, right, to change their minds. And then when a situation like this happens, right, there's not really many minds changing going on, right? There's not really much minds changing going on. There's not any corrective behavior going on. You know what I mean? Is he didn't do it again that we've seen so far. This literally happened only like 2 months ago. There's still time for him to fall back into these ways. You can't say you're hoping to influence people for the better and you don't address the harm that they cause, especially in your presence. In your presence at your event. This is also how it's pretty similar to the Mango thing, because this is happening. Like, Zoil is an invitee to her event. She brought Zoil in to this space in the same way that she brought Jason into this space. It is her job as the person running the event to protect the people at the event. And she kind of like defends this from happening. You know what I mean?
No, go fuck yourself.
You can swing, Zoil. You can swing. Fuck.
Wait.
No.
Great, you were so.
Don't even. The fuck just happened?
Great, you were so.
Don't even want.
He's done it to everyone.
Yeah. Like, that's the defense. Also, there's too many cameras. There's like 7 cameras here. It's just like he's done it to everyone, you know. But you can swing, I guess. You can fight him. She literally says you were assaulted. Does she say that?
He's like the town whore. He's done it to everyone.
Oh my god.
The fuck just happened? Don't even want the Balrog?
Hello, he wanted to.
Or she does say that. She does say you were assaulted. I just I don't know if there's a conclusion to this.
Oh my god.
You give Cutie too much credit. She's just a streamer for me, not a mom to FaZe. I'm not saying she's a mom to FaZe. She's saying she's a mom to FaZe, chatter. Do you think I'm giving her that position? Do you think I'm making her the parent to FaZe? Or do you think Cutie has positioned herself as the person who is teaching FaZe to be better? Cutie put herself in that role. She's saying, I need to collaborate with FaZe because I need to teach them better. That's how we got here in the first place. We got to this conversation from Cutie defending collaborating with FaZe because she's like, if I don't collaborate with them, they're not going to be better. I need to collaborate with them to be better. Why do people act like I'm making this up? Is a huge issue. Thank you for not contributing to that. Other prominent voices do, unfortunately.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a
I mean, like, I try because I've been victimized by it as well. Like,
just subscribed.
You would think that like people would understand that holistically in the entire space, but like, okay, I don't expect the Jason to integrally know about the intricacies of like what rape culture is.
17 gift subs in the
Right?
channel.
I expect him to be taught that. And nobody seems to be doing the teaching to him. This could be a very good teachable moment for Jason and for the audience about what consent is and what is acceptable and not acceptable to do to people when they don't consent. But it becomes a joke. You know? Jordy Gaines, thank you for the gifted sub. And Soap Radio, thank you for the tier 1. Also, Frank, thank you for the 4 months. If Ludwig didn't tell Jason to apologize, would he have even? I don't know. I genuinely don't know. It's excused immediately too, yeah.
The fuck just happened? Don't even want the Balrog?
Hello, he wanted to.
No, get it you now.
She said you were assaulted there.
Go fuck yourself.
You can swing, Zoil. You can swing.
Fuck. We just do that around here?
And like there's like no support being like, yeah, Zoyo, that was fucked up actually. Where's his backup? Come on, where's his backup at? Like, yeah, Zoyo, that was fucked up. Jason. Because weeks before, but this is an ongoing thing that he does, or he's done.
Maybe
Next
you
goal.
face fuck your employees. Do you ever think about that?
It's an initiation.
For a rollie?
Poor Rosie, I'm so
Get
sorry.
Get face fucked for a rollie? I'm doing that 10 times over.
You basically did.
That should be immediately getting kicked out the house. No patience for that. Again, but like, if you are going to be a role model, at the very least, you gotta explain to him why that was unacceptable. You know what I mean? Like,
What the fuck just happened?
That might be worse than Rosie's, bro.
What the fuck, bro?
Dude, the silence after was not funny. I did not enjoy that.
and honestly, I think a big problem with this is that you do now have, because again, I don't necessarily expect much from Jason or Arky or Yugi or any of the like young people here. But like you have Ludwig and Cutie who are like on the couch, who are like adults.
Dude, the silence after was
You know what I mean? I think from their perspective, they're too worried about being the cool parents, you know? I think they're too worried about being like the cool people, the cool adults. Right? And being like super hip and cool and sick with phase. She wants to be the cool aunt or the Regina George mom in Mean Girls. Yeah. And that just like, again, that doesn't work with actually accountability. Is he forced Jason to apologize? Force is like a loaded term here, but.
I did not enjoy that.
No, you just fucked my face.
Alright, bro, you can hit me.
No, I don't want to hit you, bro. I'm a lover, not a hater.
Actually, slap me.
Swing on him.
Actually, slap me.
Jason, you should apologize.
I apologize.
Thank you, bro.
Do you want me to hit him?
Yeah, you have.
Okay, thank you for the gifted sub.
Yeah, let Cutie slap you.
Slap you? How about you punch me on my
You
arm?
actually did try to make it a joke though? Yeah.
Slap
It
is
feels like
crazy.
if Zoil were to do it, it would be probably what? A slap? or
Yeah, I'd slap your face for a little.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't do it.
Okay. You could punch me.
Why do you think the punch is easier to
I
take
live
than
like a
a...
capitalist
rather
every
get
single day,
punched.
Shank. I live as a capitalist, okay? I live when I believe.
Enfena just subscribed. Thank you.
Inferno, thank you for the
truly.
5 months. Much appreciated. You can tell Zoe actually wanted to call him out more. I've heard we missed you. It was down a rabbit hole that we went.
Sorry for not being able to read social cues. It's not about her being sorry for having my father be bigoted to my siblings and then also still comforting and protecting my father and sacrificing my siblings to bigotry. She doesn't see anything wrong with that. She's saying that she is sorry for not being able to read the room and know that this isn't something of which the room is receptive to.
There's been a lot of confusion about the VOD being deleted. Vanilla clarified on her stream. So like these are her words, they are not mine. Well, I guess they're mine because they're coming out of my mouth. So sorry about that. That was stupid.
It is a manipulative tactic to be self-deprecative while apologizing for something. I'm so stupid. I'm so dumb. One of the most manipulative books you can actually read, because what it tells you is be magnanimous in your apologies, is because if you say, I'm so sorry for doing this, I'm so stupid, and you start doing that thing, what option have you given the recipient of your apology to do? The only option that the person has in that case is to say, oh no, don't cry, especially white woman tears. Now the person you're apologizing to has to do the labor of making you feel comfortable.
It was her idea to delete the VODs. She wanted to edit out where we talked. I don't know how to do that. I have one of my mods does that for me whenever we do edited segments. And so I said, oh, it's no big deal. I'll just delete mine. But you did push it hard because she was uncomfortable. And so once she stated that she was uncomfortable, that's when I'm able to read the room.
I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that. I don't know if I don't know if I agree with that. Just because it's like, it feels like it's like a thing that you always, it's a thing that you want, and you're just like, you're waiting. It's like you want to leave a party, and you're just like, man, it's getting kind of late. And someone's like, yeah, it is kind of getting late. We should probably leave. You're like, yep, let's go. Got my keys. I'm ready to go. Walking out the door right now. Like, you know, like, like, I mean, you wanted the VOD gone. Like, that's fair. It's okay. Like, that's fine. Like, you can, like, I think she should be like, yeah, I don't feel like I was representing myself well in the VOD, and I wanted it to be deleted. Right? And I think she should stand by that. I think she's passing the buck off to Vanilla here, being like, well, Vanilla wanted it to be deleted and she was uncomfortable, so I was just doing it for her. You know?
Stop. No man, y'all ain't scared. Y'all ain't, but like y'all okay though? Shorty say, I read the room when I realized she was uncomfortable. Before that though, I was illiterate. But all of a sudden, I could see it coming like that's so Raven. But y'all ain't scared though? Y'all just be lying like this? White supremacy is so dangerous for white people because it really makes them feel like bad things just don't happen to them. It beguiles them into thinking that at the end of the story, they could be fine. That's the reason why you have white people jumping off a goddamn cruise ships and deading. Oh God. That's the reason why you have white people jumping into animal enclosures and getting eat. That's the reason why you have a bunch of rich white people getting in submarines and deading. Oh God. Cave diving, spelunking like this Terraria. I trying to help y'all. This ain't about me no more. I trying to save y'all. Meanwhile, we have been endowed with generational discernment. We could see, we could read the room.
Once I'm able to understand that she was uncomfortable, I'm obviously going to oblige with her request. I wasn't forcing anyone to delete the VODs. I didn't even realize how poor my tone was, how poor my articulation was. I didn't know that. Vanilla said she was uncomfortable and she thought people would.
I don't know if I agree with that. Watching the clip, she was very keen on deleting the VOD, so she was very pro that. Like, and that can be okay, right? That can be something you can eat the criticism of and be like, yeah, I wanted the VODs gone because I don't like how I represented myself. And that can be a thing, but like, I don't know.
We're going to take clips out of context. She was correct. And she was correct in being uncomfortable. And I'm happy that she said something. And I'm happy that she was comfortable enough to ask for the VODs deleted. And I'm happy that we
know you. Words video. So the problem that she was trying to make it seem like it was only Vanilla who wanted the VODs deleted. That is part of the problem. Honestly, I think this is like one of the lowest, like one of the least bad things you can criticize Cutie for. But I do think she's like putting a lot of the emphasis on like, oh, Vanilla wanted it gone. It wasn't me, it was her. You guys are getting mad at me for saying like, I think I want to hide something, but Vanilla wanted it gone. But like, I don't think that's a full or accurate characterization of how, that went. But I honestly forgot this was a Streamer Awards video. I do have to leave a little bit soon. So I may jump forward a tad bit to get to the new one. Just like 30 seconds.
That a lot of pressure was applied to QT. Going into the event, she didn't even get to the event yet. And she needed this event to be a win in order to compensate for all of the L's, the generational L's that she got. QT Cinderella breaks down in tears after
I don't know if I'll call them generational L's, personally. These feel kind of minor, Maybe that's my disagreement with Foreign. Like, I don't know if these were like in the grand scheme of things, like, how much staying power these had, I don't know if I'd call them generational.
Jason's community attacked her for clips they use. For some context, right? This clip is in reference to the nomination of Jason to win for Streamer Award, after which she got a lot of hate because she showed a clip of Jason and his ex, I guess.
Whole team of Clippers who had 24 hours to grab the clips did not know what all of Jason's relationships were in the past. Like, I can't, I'm sorry. I can't have an expert from every community come and give me the clips because then you guys would know the nominations. I can't crash out, but it's just like, really? 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 Why are you explaining to us rather than talk to Jason? I have talked to Jason! Jason's not the one that's mad! It's you freaks that are mad for him! Jesus Christ!
It's the music for me, blood.
Like, genuinely. You picked one of my favorite pics of me with my eyes closed leaning against the wall. I believe that you were all trying to portray us at our best. Thank you! I just love puzzles. God, I'm doing my fucking best over here! And the store didn't even have Cheerios! I'm just so tired.
The store didn't even have Cheerios!
And me!
I guess
to be fair, I cry
QT's
about that too.
Team put a picture of Jason with the wrong gal. I don't think QT deserved the hate she got here, but given what happened...
I agree with Foreign on this. Like, I think the hate that she got here was unnecessary. There are real things you can criticize QT about, but like using a picture, the wrong video clip of Jason when he's dating a new girl, apparently with his ex that he did very publicly on stream. Like, I think like getting mad over that was very silly, and I'm sure she is stressed out from the Streamer Awards. I think you should be allowed to cry online. Like, I'm not one to be like, anytime QT cries, it goes like white women tears or whatever. I think you should be allowed to be emotional and cry online. Like, she's a human being. She's allowed to do that, Like, it's why I never like, came at QT for crying online. I've cried on stream before, Who amongst us hasn't cried over Cheerios? Exactly. Exactly.
Not long ago, where she defended being friends with bigots and just misogyny in general, she became an easy target. You can tell that the situation's stressful, especially when you add everything adjacent to it, because at the same time, she getting hate for Ludwig, her partner, saying this about Hassan.
Now,
this is also true.
Coming clean politically, I don't know if you guys know much about me. I'm not a socialist. I like making money. I'm a CEO here. But, you know, some other maybe more social issues, sure. I'm also not even friends with Hassan. Legitimately, I'm not. He's not someone that I invite to like my birthday or things like that. He's someone I've done streams with, and I think they were fun. He's a streamer friend is the group I call. But we're not boys. My boys are Slime, Aiden, Nick, the people that I hang out with actually on a week-to-week basis. When I retire...
The funniest thing to remember about this clip is that this was a part of a very long-winded defense of Hassan. That is genuinely the funniest part of this clip being blasted everywhere. This is a part of a long-winded defense of Hassan. Right? Because his defense of Hassan and the shot collar thing was supposed to be like, I'm not friends with Hassan. I have no skin in the game. And I don't think it's a shot collar. That was his conclusion here. But like the only thing that really got clipped was like, bro, Hassan, I'm not friends with this man. Which honestly is just like L. Because like, it was just a bad defense. It just wasn't good. I actually think the funeral take was important for Hassan's community to hear. I don't know if that's a hot take. After I heard Ludwig's funeral explanation, it made sense. Just hearing it at face value is rough. Yeah, I mean, I get it. I personally just don't care whether or not Ludwig goes to Hassan's funeral or Hassan goes to Ludwig's funeral, right? But it is funny to position in your defense of Hassan as like, I wouldn't even go to his funeral. It's just like a shitty thing to do and to say about a person regardless. Like, even if you're like acquaintances, like, it's just mean, you know? It's just mean-spirited. You feel me? Hassan has said the same. If I don't hang out with you off stream, we aren't really friends. That's not really the contention. He's just a bad guy. I mean, again, I don't care about the intricacies of whether or not Hassan and Ludwig are friends. I just think that it's just a mean thing to say about a person that you know. Like, take your like coworker you don't really talk to. It's just mean to be like, out of nowhere, when they didn't say anything about you in the break room, yo, Johnny, I wouldn't even go to his funeral, bro. We're not really friends. Like, that's just a mean thing to say about a person. And it's completely unnecessary, and he didn't need to say it. That's why I think it was such an interesting topic.
I will never speak to 95% of the streamers I collab with again. Hassan is part of that group. That's a fact. This is just the reality of life. Okay? Connor, I'm an actual friend with. Connor, I would actually speak with after. But most streamers, I wouldn't.
Keep in mind, this is QT's boyfriend. QT has a podcast with Hassan. They aggregate all their audiences, right? Which have built a parasocial expectation for how these streamers are to behave. Maybe Ludwig performs chemistry with Hassan, sure. And maybe he doesn't see him as more than a coworker. Their audiences, though, they think Hassan, QT, and Ludwig have dinner with one another and eat one of QT desserts afterwards. And that's because the performances on Twitch aren't actors playing characters. They playing themselves. People were calling out Ludwig for being fake this whole time because if he was never really friends with Hassan, then yeah, he been being fake. And then therefore, what else you fake about? Ludwig is a chameleon. The same way he drapes a trans flag in the background to signal to queer folk that their community is safe in his space. But then he can facilitate the gamer brand of bigotry that you could expect from any COD lobby. It's the same surface allyship I get from QT. And the reason they do this is because marginalized communities like queer folks like black folk, they're loyal and supportive when outsiders rock with us, to our own detriment at sometimes. I think about how Nickelodeon was so black early on. With all that, they had 3 black leads, 1 Hispanic lead, and 3 white leads.
This is all that. That's my jam, bro.
In the 90s, that's the same network that had Keenan and Kel, Romeo, Cousin Skeeter. The reason they did things like this is because there weren't many kid networks that had a focus on diversity during the time. So it made Nick unique, and those minority communities supported them, and that propelled Nick to stardom, making them rival Disney in them. That's when Disney saw the success of that strategy, and they made shows like That's So Raven, and that's when Nick began to angle.
To be fair, I think that was part of it, but also it was the freaking Amanda show, dog. Like, if we're being real, like the teen Nick of it all, like, started with the Amanda show. Like, that was the thing, right? The Amanda show blasted Nickelodeon into stardom alongside all that. Weren't you a zygote when the Amanda show was on? I watched the Amanda show. Chill on me, okay? So when I want Amanda show, Jake and Josh, you were talking about different time periods. Amanda show did come way earlier than Zoe 101 did. Especially when compared to Drake and Josh.
For a more general audience.
I did not watch the Amanda Show reruns on YouTube. I watched it like on Nickelodeon. Leave me alone, okay?
General, I mean white. You have the same thing going on with Tubi right now, which is owned by Fox, by the way. Tubi got more black people on their platform than a damn HBCU. That's not only because black people set the culture, which white folks can pantomime it to far more degrees of success than black folks that make it in the first place. Shout out Charlie D'Amelio stealing the Renegade dance and making a whole career.
I don't think, okay, maybe Foreign doesn't know about like Ludwig's history with AAVE. Bro, watching Ludwig and Squeaks play Dark Souls in the way that they butcher AAVE, it hurts my soul. Ludwig's new joke is using Jamaican slang. Well, that's actually his old new joke. He already dropped that. So, slime blood in the entire pod. Listen. You still watching though? Honestly, see that therapist stream and they were doing couples therapy yesterday? No, I did not see that. They said Slow Singing Slasher last night. I don't think I made up Slow Singing Slasher. I stopped believing that I made stuff up because like the Franco thing hurt my soul. It hurt me soul. Love Squeaks, but I can't stand Elwig. Okay. I don't know if this is a crazy take, but I don't see Squeaks and Elwig as like too different in the regard we're talking about. You know what I mean? Squeaks doesn't try to fit in as much. It depends on what you mean by fit in. True, but I love Squeaks. I also give him more leeway. Yeah. They're not, but Squeaks seems a bit more authentic to me. That's fair. I hate a Lacey but love a Adapt type of take. Okay, not that far. Not that far. I don't think Lacey and Adapt are the same thing as Squeaks and Ludwig. I think it's more like Jason and Adapt. Or Lacey and Ron. Right, they're not like Lacey and Adapt far apart. You know,
off it. But it's not only the culture that these platforms capitalize off of, it's their fan bases. They build the basis of their brand off black, brown, queer, any minority demographic, and then when their brand is big enough, they pivot to a general audience. That's the same thing that you get with folks like Ludwig and QT. So Ludwig saying that he's not friends with Hassan pits their audiences against one another. And you know who's stuck in the middle? QT, who was catching strays on top of everything else. Because this all was happening at the same time. So the pressure was on for QT to deliver with the Streamer Awards so that everyone could forget about the negative press from the past few months. And then they could go into the holiday season with positive PR. Unfortunately, this gotta be one of the most chaotic award shows I ever seen. India Love.
To be fair, I also don't agree with that either. I think other award shows are more chaotic, but their talent is so far removed from the general populace that it feels like it's like more buttoned up. You know what I mean? Stuff like what happened at the Streamer Awards happens all the time. Right? But this is, everything about this is live streamed. So we see literally all of it. You know? Other award shows have like, studio booths that cut out, people shouting out Palestine, like that's what they do. I would agree with him. If we got the Will Smith slap at the Streamer Awards, I would love that. That would be hilarious.
Gets booed.
Rally Kid? Yeah, that guy. Who also has a podcast now, apparently.
The Streamer Awards for saying Rakai and DDG deserved Breakout Streamer of the Year over Adapt.
Breakout Streamer of the Year went to Adapt. And congratulations.
Girl, how you going? This is your moment. And you mess it up. So now every clip of that is just her messing up saying the word year. I hope she's proud of herself. This is what she's going to be known as. Breakout Streamer of the rear. Whatever she said. Weirs? Oh.
And we respect you for what you did. But Rakai should have won Breakout Streamer of the Year and DDG. I don't care what y'all say. Shout out Rakai, shout out. Boom, 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 boom.
Now, you all know I've been very critical about India over the past few months, but I need for them to ease up off of India today. You know it baited me to say this, but I ain't like the way that they ran a hate campaign on this guy. Congratulations to India Love on winning the most ran through Streamer Award. 5.4 million viewers. The only thing
I will say, this is crazy. But I don't know. I think she deserved a little bit of the smoke. I do. I do think calling her ran through is obviously steeped in misogyny, right? And like anti-sex work, right? Like swerve takes. But I think she deserves a little bit of the smoke. I do. Not this smoke, but like some of the critique that she's getting. I think it is it's valid. She deserves smoke, but not the misogynistic smoke. Of course. Like in the same way that I don't think like a black person who messes up deserves like racist smoke. I don't think that anybody deserves their oppression. I think Forum would agree, just not the misogynoir. Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
They ran was a hate campaign,
but like it's also important to note that India Love, like, put herself in a space surrounded by misogynistic people, right? So like, when she gets this is not like unique. Right? And India Love engaged in misogynoir when it comes towards other black women in the space that she thinks that she's better than. That also can't be removed from this discussion. You know what I mean? Like she's totally fine with engaging in like mean girl behavior on like DDG's dating show to dog on other black women that she thinks are beneath her. Like dark-skinned black women that she thinks don't deserve to be or have notoriety. She's totally fine with doing that when it benefits her, right? So she obviously doesn't deserve this, but it's a wider conversation about like how she engages in the same culture that is harming her now, right? That also can't be removed from this. I didn't know about that, so glad I don't know about this person. Yeah, like she's a pick-me. That's what some people will call her. Seen for her at Streamer Awards, and she seemed cool there. I mean, I'm sure she was fine there, but like, there's other content where like she's like, I think there's some content where she's like, for content reasons, tries to like impress DDG or whatever, and like she'll just be dogging on other black women for no reason because she thinks that like she deserves to be the center of DDG's content. You know?
On this gal that was a thinly veiled anti-blackness and misogynoir spree. No class. Just beyond unnecessary and weird. Anytime when you see anyone talking about black people and class, they trying to call black people ghetto. Calling her classless is a dog whistle. Calling her classless killed me when the whole event was a white and Chinese woman making Rush Hour 4 jokes. And me. At the expense of black people.
To be fair, like, I agree with Foreign on this. Like, it was classless, but the exact amount of class the Streamer Awards deserved. Like, yeah, like, no, for sure. Like, it was classless, but like in the same vein as the rest of the show was classless. That's what I said, that if you are a clip farmer, you cannot be mad at what India Love did. You cannot. She did exactly what you do all the time. Like, literally, FaZe is pissing on their awards in the urinal of the Streamer Awards last year, thinking that they care about the sanctity of the awards show and how it respects the people who didn't win awards, when they put all their awards in a urinal and then like start pissing on it. Wasn't that fake? I don't think it matters, right? It's still disrespect. I don't care if somebody is like fake pissing or real pissing on it. It's still disrespect. They put the awards in the urinal and they're squeezing water bottles on it, I guess. They posted that? Yes, this was a big thing last year. But I'm sorry, you can't do that, right? And then get mad when somebody else also doesn't respect the award show. You don't respect the award show. Your entire point is that you don't respect the award show. You were pissing on the awards or fake pissing on the awards. You cannot be mad at what India Love did. She was clip farming in the same way that they're clip farming. Kason is not Ron or Lacey. Kason was a part of the pissing last year. Like, I'm not talking about Ron or Lacey. All of FaZe was doing the pissing. FaZe Banks was also there doing the pissing. Everybody was pissing in FaZe on the awards. I don't know why we forgot this. They were trying to nod to Kanye West with his Grammy, weren't they? I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters if there was really pissing or they were recreating a moment. Doesn't matter. They were disrespecting the award show. They don't care about the sanctity of the award show. When you're Lacey and you're talking about how you got robbed of the award and your chatters are going to QT telling her to kill herself, you don't care about the sanctity of the award show. You don't respect the award show, right? And I don't believe that you can sit here and like disrespect the award show and then get mad at somebody else who also disrespects the award show. Exactly, yeah. They're both Kanye references. That is a great point. That is a fantastic point. They are both Kanye references. They're mad because India Love did a Kanye reference, but they did a Kanye reference last year. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. You are not allowed to get mad at it. She was doing what y'all were doing. You set the stage for Kanye references at the Streamer Awards. I think they see it as just pissing on the awards versus the other one was India Love disrespecting one of their own. Not defending, I just note that one is disrespectful towards the award show, the other one is disrespectful to who won. But I see your case. Yeah, I mean, like, I think it is like slightly different, right? And like again, they only care about it because they were that India Love was disrespecting. India Love was disrespecting Adapt, right? If Hassan would have won, over adapt. I don't think it was for that category. And Indie Love got on stage and she was like, F Hassan, bro. Freaking Rakai should have won. They would have been like all for it. They would have been like, yo, whoa, content. Yo, that's content. That's hilarious. You know what I mean? Like, they would have been all for it. They only care about it because it was that she was disrespecting FaZe Adapt. That's it. They don't care about the sanctity of the award show. They don't. They don't. They do not care about the sanctity of the award show. They don't care about the disrespect towards Cutie. Lacey was laughing about at his audience members telling her to end her own life when he was only nominated for 2 awards instead of 3. Like, what are we talking about here?
But y'all gonna say that India was who ruined the show. As much criticism as I have for India, they only wanted to scapegoat someone for ruining the event. Because if anything, she fit right in.
Exactly.
Hi, everybody.
Exactly. This is precisely what my take was. Verbatim. Exactly. She fit directly in. Right? So she may have been classless. But she was the same type of classless as the show was. Let's be real. Let's be real.
Whoa, not hello to everybody. Stay seated as much as possible. Hassan, if you see Sea-Dog get up, you can use your remote.
Hassan took it very well. Oh, she ran those jokes before him?
That's not a bad joke. It's pretty good one. I'll give her that one.
Did she run the thief joke before a guy?
Sea-Dog and Iron Mouse. Agent and Ozempic.
Not Ozempic allegations. He basically did a whole, a couple of months showcasing his weight loss over time, right? 90 plus pounds. Make note of the anti-fatness because right after she says that, she will say this.
He just barely beat out Queso, who could only eat 900,000 subs.
Shorty could say he could only beat out Queso, who can only eat 900 subs. When you make jokes about someone, you're also making jokes about whatever intersections that they subscribe to.
Come on, Ty Lil's in a suit. Yeah, we got Max in a suit. Look at that, fur coat and everything. NMP's in a lawsuit.
I don't know. That one's not terrible. That was not terrible. That one got a little chuckle on me.
This man's going through a divorce. Y'all ain't scared, blood? To make matters worse, if QT couldn't do bad all alone.
Yeah, but it wasn't terrible. I don't expect Cutie to be a comedian. Like, interviews that joke's okay. Right? Like, I don't expect Cutie to be a comedian. So I can contextualize the joke that she makes from her role as just somebody who's running the show. She wants to be one, though. Not necessarily. Right? She wants to be the host of the award show. And I think she feels the need to be a comedian for the award show. Right? She said she wants to be a comedian. Oh. See, to be fair, I don't know. I don't know if I believe y'all on what Cutie says about herself. About doing stand-up though? Oh, my bad. Anyway, I think the joke was fine. I don't think the joke was fine. It being Sea-Dog, I don't mind the Kai one. That wasn't bad. Yeah, no, it was Sea-Dog one was fine. I think the NP one was a little spicy, but it was kind of funny. Right? I'm not an anti-comedy leftist, right? No matter how much I like to portray myself as that. I like to laugh, you know? I like to smile. So, was it fine if Sea-Dog hates Hassan? Connor doesn't hate Hassan. I don't know where y'all get this notion from. Right? Connor is just a tad bit spineless and would rather not fight against his production company and his management when they say to not collaborate with Hassan kind of thing. You know? But I don't think Connor feels any certain kind of way about Hassan. And given the opportunity, I think that they would rather, like, you know, I think they feel rather fine about Hassan. You know? But I think that when pressured from either sponsors or production companies or management or advertisers or whatever, they'll fold. Someone decides they don't want to interact with a political streamer publicly. I think it's kind of fair. The politics side of streaming is crazy. I don't agree with that fully, because like have some convictions. You know what I mean? Have some morals, because they're fine with collabing with racist people. They're totally fine with collabing with people who are misogynistic and homophobic and ableist. They're totally chill with that. But oh, let's say you want free healthcare. Oh, it's too much. It's too much for you. You know, like stand for something. Anime Man is a lolly enjoyer. Also, isn't his wife also a lolly enjoyer? I don't freaking know. She's laying under the bed? She is? And like running in her sleep under the bed. Let's continue. Ow.
She had fan to help.
Thought is here. Is that a vibration remote in your pocket, or are you just excited to be here?
I'll put it on you later.
Honey. I like the eye contact. Shout out man for that.
Later.
And not dog holding it.
If you guys see Austin roaming around though, just
got banned in the Sunshine for bringing up the illegal mines China owns in the Congo. It's not necessarily surprising.
report to Hassan because Austin's the only one who knows this place command. All right, let's keep going.
It sounds like they edited down the audience. But I watched it from the main VOD itself. There was just nothing. There was no laughter. There was just nothing. Piven is so annoying and unfunny. Oh, also on the fan stuff, she responded. Hold on. What was the? Oh, stop. Okay, hold on. I'll look at this one first. Oops. I have too many tabs open. Oh, wrong one. I was supposed to copy. Where'd it go? I'm tripping. Piven feels insane. Joshi was supposed to say to Agent Extra Emily that she worked with Cutie saved her PR. Let's see. What does she have to say?
They were sitting next to each other, Emily and Agent. I was going to say, Agent lost 73 pounds in 6 months. And then, coincidentally, 73 is also the speed that Emily drives at in a school zone. Letting Emily behind the wheel has been the worst PR for Asians since COVID. I really liked that line. But the other ones are like along those lines, and like I know the people less, so like I actually got saved. So yeah, thank you for saving me.
I think you should just say the rest of them. Go ahead, just release the list. Release the list. That was all over the place. I mean, her delivery was just also poor. That'd be worse. Release the cutie cut.
As it was the writers. No, bitch, it was me.
Vloggers, dude.
I did it. And the reason I did it is because I was thinking everyone has to be involved. Everyone has to be included. I wanted to make sure that like the whole new community that is like here for the first time felt included with like the cringe, corny, like awards show jokes. You know what I mean? Like my understanding was that awards shows are like, they're just like bad, like cringe jokes where you like poke fun at people. So that was my understanding. And then
Okay. Maybe that's the first problem, is that Cutie did not properly set expectations. I thought award shows were to honor people who had worked hard to receive an accomplishment in a specific industry. That's what I thought award shows were about. Not about making fun of people. I thought award shows are not a Netflix stand-up bit. It's about people being, you know, receiving accolades for the amount of harm. Oh, you're dumb and wrong, I guess? I guess so. I guess I am dumb and wrong. It's a post Will Smith slap world. True. She has a Zionism jokes too. Stop. Stop it.
another funny one, Zionism.
Where does she go with this? Where does she go with this?
Oh, that's another funny one, Zionism. That's another funny allegation of mine.
Oh, interesting.
I've determined, in order to rid myself of the Zionist allegations, I'm going to start blaming everything on Netanyahu. And I think that would work.
Hilarious.
You know who made me say that fucking Kai Diddy joke? Netanyahu. Netanyahu wrote that shit. Fucking asshole.
Remember when everybody told us that Fan cried after the Streamer Awards, and she was so sad, and she's getting a lot of undeserved hate. I'm sorry if I don't feel very bad about about Fan getting a little bit of the edginess that she dished out herself. Yeah, she seems like she's chilling. Seems like she's chilling. Seems like she you know, she's doing fine. Dante was defending her too, saying that she doesn't deserve the hate. Yeah, because like they don't see stuff like this, you know what I mean? But they don't see, or if you care to see, Fan doubling and tripling down on like her edgy sentiment, and actually refusing to actually stand for something, or address the Streamer Wars allegations, or or the defending Zionist allegations. Zionist allegations, literally calling Palestinians anti-Semitic for protesting Zionists, selling homes of Palestinians in the West Bank, but she won't address that, you know? Her response was just, don't you have a genocide to worry about or something? So I'm sorry if I don't necessarily have a lot of leeway for Fan and how sad she was after the award show. Is she Ethan Klein? No, it was exactly the same thing as what Ethan Klein said. As someone who's been to the West Bank, I will never like her again. Oh, she's that lady? Yeah. Yeah. I also have very little respect for anybody who's willing to joke about the genocide and like not actually stand for something when it pertains to it. You know what I mean? Like I chuckled at the Ludwig Netanyahu joke, but like, you could actually make a stand and believe something and stand against genocide and like, use your platform to speak out against, right, the genocidal apartheid Israeli state and speak up against and for Palestinian emancipation. It's very easy to like, joke about like Netanyahu being bad. You know what I mean? This is why I have very little quarter for like FaZe. It's very easy for FaZe to joke about like, politicians, selling out to Israel or whatever, instead of actually talking about like resistance, what resistance actually looks like from Palestinians. defending Palestinian emancipation. It's very easy to be like, whoa, I'm maybe I'll take a bag from Israel and maybe I'll sell out like our politicians do, instead of actually reckoning with the fact that like Palestinians are freezing to death right now in Gaza, and like this is caused by and continue to be supported by our politicians, and it will take an active effort from all of us to stand against genocide and stand up to the politicians to do that. But no, they're just jokes from apolitical streamers. Streamer Wars kind of makes me wish more of these streamers amplified something. I didn't specifically the genocide, but something actually serious to them, like unhoused people, with Venezuela. They don't care about that stuff though. They don't. They can't even protect the people who give them money, the marginalized people who would give them money in their audiences. I'm calling it, chat. I gotta call it. You see your Discord defense for Zionism? I don't care. Any final thoughts? Beautiful view of the pink fit? No. It's just a pink shirt, and then my bonnet just happens to match in this lighting. They're not even the same color. In the lighting, they just look similar. Yeah, I mean, we didn't even finish the forum video. There's still a little bit left. There's like 9 minutes left, but like, it's like pretty much stuff that I agreed with and I've already stated. Yeah, good video overall. It's a bit spicy as it pertains to Cutie, but if we do end up foreign to collab one day, it'll be dope. We will. One of these days. One of these days. But yeah. Any final thoughts? Yeah, I was supposed to. I'll do it another time. I'll do it another time. It's fine. Oh. I'm sorry. Why is there somebody? Actually, you know what? All right, though. I saw something and it said Muslim versus Christian soccer match, and I was like, then I saw 50% of the proceeds go to charity with the Palestine flag, and I was like, you know what? Yeah, okay. I'm down for that. Yeah, let me, what charity? I'm curious first. I am constructor, that bitch I that malice. When I'm in town, parties going down. Shoot them down with a 50 round. Run the town. Ballin', how you at about? I don't know. So much money, damn it, I forget to count. Look at my bank. Good charity? I don't know, actually. It doesn't say what charity. I'm scared about being baited. What if it's a bad charity? Nah, that's fine. Alright, chat. I'll see y'all another time and later. We'll see. They have the Palestine flag in the title, so Hopefully it's a good one. But yeah, I'll catch you on the flip side. Adios.
I'm swinging when I'm off the ecstasy. That's a Molly Park, yeah. I ain't on me. That's a Tony Stark, yeah.